Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will build the fastest Necro in Season 13 Lord of Hatred, called the Bone Spirit Necro. But in order to make this work, we'll have to pick up the one or the other piece of equipment first. Preferable boots with essence generation, pants with essence generation, and that kind of stuff. I mean, I could probably take this pair of pants here, and if I reroll now the life regeneration into essence generation, that would already be an important piece of equipment for what we're doing. Because you actually do need a lot of essence generation to make the Necro work. So that's going to be an interesting hunt for the right item pieces today. We're going to take it slow. We're going to start with the Army of the Dead Necro, and then just slowly develop into this. But I actually made the sound a bit louder because I turned it all the way down today. So we got good gloves, actually. Fizz damage, crit damage, vulnerable damage, like all the things you'd actually like to see with the damage per overpower stack and while fortified. Sadly, I don't actually need that while fortified. What we do need, though, is a different weapon. So that shouldn't be a problem, right? I just need one that has, like, here, and wow, that's actually not a terrible weapon. We have, like, a crit damage multiplier weapon just lying around. Or like a weapon damage weapon. Let's see, weapon damage. Where we can start something amazing down the line already, right? Two-handed weapon with weapon damage. It's a one-handed weapon. Bit unlucky. Do I not have a two-handed weapon? See, this one has like weapon damage, but the problem is that like fury per kill on. Couldn't you chaotic reroll a... Oh, it was transfigured. I remember. I transfigured this one for the shits and giggles. Can you chaotic reroll that one, right? Probably could. This one has crit damage multiplier and holy damage. That's so weird. I kept like a bunch of absolute weird things just around for the sake of ever needing them. But it turns out that I actually never needed them. Right? What if I could re-roll the shadow damage multiplier on this one? But we'll probably have to start from the ground up to make things. So, collection duty, ladies and gentlemen. We need to go out with our dude here, do some missions, have some fun. Get along the lines of our Necro to get the pieces that we need for what we're playing. Adam, good to see you there. Good morning, Tessa also. Howdy. We had the patch notes. Yes, we got the Path of Exile patch notes, and they were actually good. Oh, wait, did I swap back to... I gotta check if I swap back to... Yeah, I did. Making sure I actually get back to my original... Army of the Dead Necro, right? Everything is in order there. So it's been nothing but a joy to play, by the way, because it's just like such a self-running experiment of mass destruction. I just walk over the battlefield and everything dies. Don't really have to look out left, right, and center. Only problem this version currently has is probably a bit of essence generation. Released a patch notes video, but nothing sounded familiar, and then I realized it was Path of Exile. Dude, I am sorry. It's gonna be the next few days a bit of a mix of Path of Exile and Diablo content back and forth. But you know, we still get some things we want to do in Diablo here. I have like 3-4 videos down the pipeline that I really want to bring close to you. So it's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. Fun times ahead, ladies and gents. But yeah, the Path of Exile patch notes were actually really good. Like, not too overwhelming. Quite nice. So I'm really excited to actually get to play more of that as the days come. And we'll have to do some Path of Exile test runs definitely before the new season starts. And then go absolutely no life on season start again. As always. It's gonna be a good time ahead. And there's definitely this time also endgame for me to discover. It's gonna be interesting. Usually don't do that. Okay, right now we're not the fastest build in the West yet, but we're working on it. Working on it, ladies and gentlemen. So this one here is not as tanky as like we're going to be, because right now we're not playing Glint's Anvil, but we're actually aiming to get the Bone Spirit Necro rolling so we can also use Glint's Anvil, because I kind of feel like, you know, you want to be absolutely undying, right? I mean, who doesn't want to be absolutely undying nowadays? Need more cinders. HP, we're 27. No wonder. I just really, this is the character I put the least time into. It's gonna be an interesting discovery. Shake and bake, get to see their partner. Good morning. Hope you're feeling great. Friday. Weekend to come. New week ahead. Monday's even a public holiday in Germany, right? Sure, if you get a public holiday, chat, always comes down to country you're from, right? So we'll need new boots, we'll need new pants, we'll need a new chest. So my chest doesn't have essence generation, right? It's like I sadly don't have a single piece with that. Well, we could probably go to the market to buy ourselves stuff, but where's the fun in that? Wouldn't like to do that. And I still enjoy the act of actually finding item pieces. Otherwise, I can just make everything in one day. New strongest build app? Well, it's for Necromancer, it's one of the most convenient builds. So the Blood Wave Bloodlands is still the strongest, right? That's undeniable true. However, if you're just looking for a build where you can, again, auto-zoom any content, there are a few different ones for that. And that's what we're doing today. We're doing the Bone Spirit build. That's similar to the Poison Spiritborn. That's similar to the Boulder Druid, because you have things rotating around you. And I generally enjoy every build that has something rotating around you, because it just feels natural in a game where you have to zoom from point A to point B, and now you can like make things just be always around you and destroy everyone around you, right? So for me, that has always seemed the most sense-making. Hey, I need to deliver death and destruction to my opponents, so why would I not just, you know, put that death and destruction to my body and then carry it from target to target? Forgive me if I'm dumb, but are the red items that are dropping, and I remember red items, a loot filter? You're not dumb. You just haven't thought about loot filters yet. Most people don't even know that you can recolor with loot filters, because they actually never looked for that option, right? They just look to display stuff. They never like look what could you otherwise do. So I recolor things to know what they are. So every ancestral item is pretty much red on my side, especially like the yellow ancestral items, because red always means yellow or blue ancestral, as you can see here. And usually only the ones with greater affix get shown properly, unless they have a specific affix. My loot filter does that to so I don't miss out on these items, as these items are great crafting bases. That's probably like the #1 lessons that now Diablo players have to learn. It's not about just finding items, it's about finding good bases you then turn into said items, right? And this is something that, generally speaking, Diablo players are not used for, because usually you just look at the items and you get the items and you're done. Okay, this is a summon Necro. Yes, this is the first Necro that we played. It is so simple to get going, and it's super strong. However, we're in the process of trying to put something else together. Oh man, this one still has shitty. I remember this one here has shitty things going on. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. You wondering what kind of trash I'm bringing up? Terrible. Luke, our last YouTube video does have a, was it the last, either the one from yesterday or the one before yesterday, has a video on my loot filter and what it exactly does and how I created it, right? So it's a very simple 8-step process to create a loot filter, and you can just, it takes you 5 minutes to set up. I'm tired of Bloodwave. Bloodwave is only good for pit pushing. So I'm sorry, but like most of the YouTube creators are like, how do I create the best build for pit pushing? But like the casual player does not push the pit. I'm sorry. The casual player does not have any interest in pushing the pit. Yes, there are a ordained few people who actually do care about doing that, right? Who care about pitting. But those are far and few in between, right? Most people do absolutely not a flying far to actually care. Which is great, because why would you? So what we need is, we need the crown, chat, that I have here on my head in a better role. Because mine is terrible. Preferable with essence. So the undercrown drops from whom? Undercrown. Drops from Duriel, the King of Maggots. So I'd say let's go try to nuke him a few times. I need something to survive Mephisto. Barbarian, Boulder Druid. Boulder Druid actually AFK on him. Barbarian AFK on him. The Poison Spiritborn, but the Poison Spirit can die. This build should be undying as well because of the barrier production, everything. But I don't want to make that promise yet until I have it put together. Okay. Don't know about the Rogue. The Flash Paladin. Flash Paladin also just sending AFK there, but Mephisto can't kill him. So there are quite some choices to really get things done easy. What is this build? Just in case you haven't seen it before, it's an Army of the Dead build. The Army of the Dead build has in itself a few issues. Because it's all about like launching your Army of the Dead at the opponent for maximum damage. It does trillions of damage, which is fun. The biggest problem though is that you can't spam Army of the Dead. So I cannot spam my ulti, for a matter of fact. I can use it many times, yes. But if I spam it, I actually do less damage. Why? Because there is a certain amount of skeletons that you can only shoot out. And you can't stack the ulti, which is actually like a huge problem. So I cannot put multiple of these ultis on top of each other, right? I can unleash them for those 20 souls to get like the maximum amount of bonus damage, which is amazing. But if I try to stack the ulti, it resets the old ulti to then start the ulti from the beginning again, which is obviously horrible because you're just losing the ramp up that you've done before. That is something that Blizzard does need to address down the line because it has been a problem with this ultimate since forever. Because who wants to use an ultimate that he can't actually spam? Like, matter of fact, not spam. Now, the damage is, like, fantastic. I mean, especially for the time we have put into the character, right? You can see, like, it's easy trillions. So I like that. And this is, like, far not the ceiling. But we're not playing this build, so this is just, like, for now. For farming the items together. Because we are actually trying to make the Bone Spirit build. Now for the Bone Spirit build though, we will require a new set. So I anyways got to do this, right? And we will not only require a new set, desecration set here, we also require items with essence per second. So right now I always wait until my ulti is down to like 3 seconds and then I cast it again. Why 3 seconds? Because roughly about 4 seconds into the ulti, and it has a 7-second duration, it has reached the pinnacle of how many skeletons it spawns, like quickly in a row, right? So you get this like running, and then you trigger it again. So you can also shoot out these souls, because these souls are do bonus damage when you have these 20 souls stacked up. And you wait again until like 2-3 seconds are left, and then you unleash it another time. You wait, and the skeletons are going in, and unleash it another time. Just leads to like really cool bonus damage. Oh god, oh god, oh god, drink potions, drink potions. Barb is your go-to, a bit boring to play. Oh, it is absolutely boring to play. Hey, I killed him. I don't want to join the fight. Bloodlands? Bloodlands is there, yes, but Bloodlands is the Bloodlands Bloodwave build. So that's just the Bloodwave build. Okay, we get one undercrown, but I need an undercrown and greater affix. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to make the odds higher that we get the item I'm looking for. And I think to speed the whole process up a little bit, since the loot difference is not there, from Torment 10 to 12, we're going to drop down to 10 quickly. Then we're going to change the process here to the left side. Why the left side? Double hordes. It's going to make it faster. We also need the sinew in the long run. Okay, so we can delete this. None of this is good. Go back to Duriel. Do him again. What palace? Is the Death Grip Glove broken? On Planner said it should give +6. No, they nerfed it before release to give it only +1 instead of +6. I think their worry was that the Death Grip would be too overbearing, and that's why they didn't put it in there. Now, that's my assumption. I don't obviously know if that is really what happened, but it seems like it. The Druid build has been the most fun I've played this season, and I'm happy to hear that, my friend. The Druid is also my favorite one. I'm just genuinely sad that I sometimes just can't play the builds I want to play, you know, 24/7. But that's just not the way how I create content, right? Also, Druid is just sadly a very under appreciated class by the masses because people just don't play Druid. See, by the way, the big difference between Torment 10 and Torment 12, just when it comes down to speed here right now for this undertuned build. Ah, man. It doesn't even have a great... It doesn't even have, like, crit damage multiplier on the weapon, chat. What a sadness. Helm Ancestral, that's what I'm looking for. The problem is that we need the Helmet Ancestral, right? But we need it also with Essence Generation. You know what the crazy part is? That I got all these undercrowns here right now. And not a single one of them is actually an ancestral one. It's kind of sad. I just got a normal ancestral item. Horrible, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we looking for the undercrown? Because with the Bone Spirit, we need full essence. And you're going to go for your essence regeneration is increased by 20 and your maximum essence is increased by 20, but the amount of shadow mages you can use is reduced. So you can use that one, or you can use just the shadow barrier mages, and then you're actually going to go for this one. Each active skeleton mages increases your essence regeneration. So that even when you have just 5 essence regeneration, that due to the amount of skeleton mages you have, your essence generation just shoots through the roof like there's no tomorrow, right? Spiritborn will build next. Spiritborn is uploaded, Rob. We already did Spiritborn the past 2-3 days. It is insane, absolutely mental. Sad that you have to abuse a 600% damage bug if you want to compete in the leaderboard. But for normal play, you're more than good to go. You can just have a grand good old time. It's quite nifty. Can you not get a G helm if you 3-1 those crowns? You can technically get a GA helm if you 3-1 those crowns, but that's a big technically. And mostly I just can't be bothered. I have tried it so many times, so I just at this point just skip over it and I'm good to go. No? Okay, we got from the set that we need 2 new pieces, but we need 5 because your Profane and Macabre skills deal increased damage. So we need to... Why is he showing... Oh, I'm using the old loot filter on this character. And I'm wondering what is he showing me. I'm using the old loot filter. Holy Christ. That explains everything. So weird. Is the mythic drop chance the same between tier 10 and forward? Yes, Momo. Okay, we're going to keep the one helmet. That one has essence generation. You know what? I'm going to keep the one helmet I have here. Mainly because I can now simply put resolve on it. So also Necro can resolve stack, ladies and gentlemen. You heard right. Only 3 though. Necro can resolve stack. I mean, if I find like a pans with a... If I find a yellow pans, I should be easy to have it cooking, right? Okay, let's try to find a chest piece in my chest. Actually, that's not true. I don't need to find a chest piece. That's the worst part. You know what I need to farm? I need to farm the Vengeful Sinew. What is the Vengeful Sinew? That is the... Let's do 11. Make a difference. That is the chest piece that makes your bone spirit explode twice. Without that, you're lost. Right? I'm really enjoying this season and your videos have been so helpful. Shady, good to see you there. How are you doing? Why do we want the Undercrown over Perdition? Personal preference right now. It's just first about making the build work and then fine-tuning the build. Okay? So, like, I like to make budget versions of the things I do. Technically, Heir of Perdition is the ultimate choice. However, the Undercrown allows us to get the essence stuff easier done. Because in case you missed it, the Bone Spirit build needs a lot of essence. And the best way to get that essence is over having a lot of skeletal mages. So my goal is right now to just get a ton of skeletal mages, which you can get 9, and that would easily make sure that you get all the essence that you're looking for. Oh mine, we get Belial again? Jeez, we're getting lucky today. Generally, the Butcher is, by the way, one of the best bosses to farm, it seems, for some reason, for Mythics. I killed him like 10 times or 15 times, see? And I've been just raining Mythics on me. It's actually crazy how many we've gotten. Are you getting double layer chest, Killers? It is a upgrade in your tree here, double layer chest. The best part is that the double layer chest increases the monster quality. Okay, 3 to Golem. 3 to Golem, my nuts. So it increases the strength of the monsters, which means that their loot also gets better. Okay. I need a chest. Okay, so we need to keep all the Vengeful Sinew. And preferable Red Blessing in 900 item power. Because my Red Blessing is not good, right? I don't have a good Red Blessing. So I need one 900 with good multipliers. Put some of these items I have like flying around here away. I think Lunatic Warlock is better than Apocalypse Warlock. Lunatic Warlock is tankier. And spammier. So generally speaking, easier to keep alive. But I wouldn't say necessarily better than Apocalypse. It really comes down to what you want to do, right? What are you looking for? I think Lunatic Warlock is, for example, vastly better for killing Mephisto. So if you're looking to kill Uber Mephisto, Lunatic Warlock is your vibe. Because with the Lunatic Warlock versus Mephisto, you have like an easier chance to hitting him compared to the Apocalypse Warlock, who has to always stack up the Apocalypse and then hit him, while then being a little bit squishy yourself, which kind of sucks, right? Who wants to be squishy? Oh, I forgot to... Chest Armor Ancestral. That's good. Clear this out. Can you show how to set up loot filter so it would highlight legendaries with max aspects? That is very simple. You can just go for Codex Upgrade. So in your loot filter, the rule says Codex Upgrade. I do Recolor, Codex Upgrade check, and if it is a Codex Upgrade, so if it is a better aspect, then it will recolor them to purple. That shows any item that is, in fact, an upgrade in your Codex. Right? Okay, this is a Red Blessing in... Wow, they're so shit. Damn. It's gonna take me forever to get, like, a better version of this, most certainly. Well, we should take the sinews, as chat said, if we by chance have 3 and just throw them together for a potential upgrade. But I doubt the doodle that we're actually going to see a greater affix one out of this. So I just like to keep the greater affix stuff in general. Can all classes clear tier 12 well enough? Every single class can clear tier 12 well enough, but not every single build can clear tier 12 well enough. So class-wise, yes. Build-wise, no. Before we now 3-1 combine these, I'm just rather going to farm more charms, right? And seals. Make the most out of this. Still brown, not terrible. Marisha, thank you for your subscription and support. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate. Good to have you back. Chicken bakes again. Also, dankeschön. Then, I just recently found YouTube. I want to say thanks for the amazing instructional videos. 8 things every Diablo needs to know. And made over 520 million gold. Yes, that's one of my favorite tips. The one with the Nightmare Dungeons. We'll actually have like one dedicated video about Nightmare Dungeons coming, where I just like tell you everything on how to really min-max out Nightmare Dungeons, because they're insane, right? What you can do with Nightmare Dungeons right now. They went from like one of the most overlooked activities to actually the best activity to do this season. Like whatever you want to do, masses of charms, seals, everything, it's crazy. So we're currently trying to gather the set here, the Desecration set, right? Trying to gather the chest piece. Oh, see, another chat. That's 2 mythics. Did I tell you? Did I tell you? Mythics at this, especially with a plus 2 monster power, mythics are dropping like effing candy. What should I focus on to level and gear war plans? You need Red Blessing. Well, technically, it doesn't matter if you have Red Blessing or the Banished Lord's Talisman. I just don't have a Banished Lord's Talisman as a Banished Lord's Talisman. So realistically, it would be better to have the Banished Lord's Talisman as it actually rolls higher to have it. But then again, I'd just rather have whatever. You need the combination of Red Blessing and Banished Lords, because overpower stacks are broken on Necro. I mean, you get 10% more damage per overpower stack, and then you get 12% more damage per overpower stack. So yeah, that's pretty heavy, because you can just get easy overpower stacks. And right now we get resolve stacked up, right? I get my overpower here stacked up when I use my golem, and that just gives us so much more oomph to what we're doing. Right here, I'm sitting at 12 stacks. You get both of these. And that's like a shtick you can pretty much use on every single Necro build. So not like on 1 or 2. Every single Necro build can just profit from overpower stacks. Which is a really easy path to power. Did I just... Oh, I'm good. I'm not looking for items. So yes, I need the item, but I'm not looking for handouts. Did I just get the same Vengeful Sinew 2 times? That has 3 ranks to golems. That has 2 ranks to golems. Well, why don't you just spit in my eye, sir? But I'm at least trying to get one with like just roughly okay stats. This one here at least has critical strike damage multiplier, right? That's nice. I mean, my current one has shadow damage multiplier. Yeah. This one has damage over time. So I'm not looking for much, right? I just want to have something. HH, can I see your build right now? We have this whole build, a whole video about it. It is on the channel. It breaks it down to like every single itty bitty little detail. I mean, end of the day, this is like a great farm here. I got T-Bolt's Will. That's crazy. I got another Godslayer crown with ranks to minion skills. That's crazy too if I wanted to play Godslayer. But we don't want to. And we still need to get the last of my set pieces. And then like the good part will start when I can farm without this build. So when I can head over to our other build. That's when the real fun starts. Okay. Amulet with a greater affix. Let's go. That's what I like to see. But terrible chest armors again? I mean, could I just use some resource? I could probably try to use some of my butcher resources. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of vengeful sinews just to critical strike chance. Okay, you know what? My current one is useless, virtually useless. So I guess I'm happy about that critical strike chance, Chad, right? How are you getting so many mythics? Mako so loco. You need to have these two. +1 monster power, +1 monster power. These two monster powers increase the quality of the loot that the enemy is giving you. That is a fact. That is not an opinion. This one gives me 2 ranks to Macabre skills. It is technically a great Vengeful Sinew if I wanted to keep it that way. It's not optimal, but it would work. Does increasing monster power help other people in your party? No, because you're opening, like, I think it only applies to the opening of the chests, right? So they're not getting better chests because you are having more monster power. Now, I don't know this because I never just play with other people in my party, right? I'm that solo dude that solo plays. So I couldn't tell you legitimately if that is or is not the case. Jan, you transfigured it before adding sockets. That's why you always check it first. When I literally, like, you put a post-it next to your PC that says all the steps that you need to do to transfer an item. I don't have greater layer keys anymore. I'm out of greater layer keys. That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, I still have normal layer keys, bunch of them, but I'm out of greater layer keys. The sadness of that situation exceeds the imaginable. I don't like that. The video you're looking for this build, I'm sorry that we don't have a planner because this is not the build we want to play, okay? This is just the preliminary build. But if you're looking for the video on the channel, you got the Necro is disgusting. That's what it's called. T12 easy. And it really is disgusting. Necro is beautiful. It's so much fun to play. It is, like, to date still my favorite Necromancer build. However, we are trying to just get a better Necromancer build rolling. Again, Golem. I'm okay, chat. I'm not mad. This is fine. No reason to be mad at it. Okay, step number 1. We're going to equip our beautiful red blessing with crit chance. Main reason... No, actually, you know what? Not yet the red blessing with crit chance because I would have to transfigure it. So we're going to keep it like this. We get the Vengeful Sinew, so that's good. Now we need a pair of boots. So we're going to take a movement speed, preferable. Technically, you don't need movement speed because you move really fast. That being said, it feels like really bad to not have movement speed because you might move really fast, but you're still bumbling around and no one likes that. So we got Healing Received. Healing Received is a resource utility. No? What is Healing Received? Healing Received is... It's all defensive, right? No, Healing Received is... Oh, shit. It counts as utility? Oh, goodness. I don't want to roll around on that. Let's see if we have other boots with movement. Because I risk to actually remove the stat I don't want to remove, right? So we got this one here with movement speed and then impairment reduction. Yeah, I can work with that. So that has life regen. Life regen is a defensive one. Then we get impairment reduction. Impairment reduction counts as utility probably because it can't count as defensive, right? It can't count as resource. So I want to add a resource affix because we need essence per second. Dankeschön. And then we need to add another defensive one, and that needs to be armor, not life regeneration. So now I'm just going to focus reroll that until we get something that we want. That's not the shit that we have right now, correct? Actually, strike that, remove. We're going to remove that, and we're going to add a core skill. Yep, because boots can have Bone Spirit. So now we're going to go for focus reroll, and we're literally going to focus reroll the stat until we see Bone Spirit. That's like my favorite part about the crafting right now, because do you know how much that would cost me if I was now aiming to get ranks to Bone Spirit on my boots? Do you know how absolutely impossible that would be? I mean, I might have 6 billion money, right? And 10,000 Forgotten Souls. But I'm pretty sure I would be out of Forgotten Souls before I even remotely get close to seeing Bone Spirit. So now we're just going to sit here and chill and try to get it. Do you think doing a pit pushing build is good for all content? No, absolutely not. Pit pushing builds are good for... What are they good for? Pit pushing. And that's it. Oh, resistance to all elements. We might have to put max life on it, but we'll have to see. So that's what pit pushing builds are there for. In 90% of the cases, they're extremely good at pushing the pit and nothing else. Now, there are exceptions to that, because Sork, for example, the best Sork build is not only a good pit pushing build, it is also a good build overall. The best Barbarian build as well, and so on. So in theory, right? Okay, 5 ranks to Bone Spirit. That's insane, Chan. Hey, not sure if I will need the essence per second or not. We need a aspect. Necrotic. Necrotic Carapace says, when a corpse is formed from you, skills, or your minions, you fortify. Now, I'll probably play this one, but we'll have to see how well it works and if we require it, or if we can find like another way to fortify. These boots are already very useful. They're going to just make me quicker on my feet, so I kind of like this. It's zoomy on my end. Okay, we wanted a pair of pants as well. So every item I have needs to have essence generation on it, right? So I'm going to take a pair of pants here right now. Focus reroll. That willpower I can reroll into intelligence. I can also just remove the skill ranks, because then I can actually reroll this now into intelligence or whatever I'm looking for. I could try to get ranks to skeleton mages and higher. Why would you want to get skeleton mage ranks? Because if I get skeleton mage ranks, these skeleton mage ranks work for... They work for the essence that skeleton mages create for me. That makes sense. Because more skeleton mages is more essence per second. I'm not sure if that's overkill to go for them, but we can try. And we need more defensive. We're getting shadow resistance, and we're getting armor. That's good, because I can reroll the shadow resistance to whatever I want to, right? A good start in the day, to be honest. It's like pretty nifty. Let's just go with intelligence for now, instead of resistance, because int is resistance, so might as well boost that. I forgot something. We don't want intelligence. We want essence. Thank you. But we need this in 4. 4 or bust. I think after this item, we might actually be able to already roll over to the actual other build. Have to check. See, as I said, I'm just going to be out of Forgotten Souls before I see an Essence Generation 4. Now, hold on. Wait a second. Can I not just make this easier on myself and focus reroll the resource aspect until I see. You're not going to let me reroll that resource affix? It's not going to let me reroll it, Chad. Because I already messed here with that one. Mistakes were made. That was a too bad reaction. Oh goodness, it goes only to 3. I knew it can do 4, Chad. Thank you very muchacho. Jesus. What do you think about Poison Spiritborn? I mean, in case you missed it, we just dropped the video on Poison Spiritborn. It is absolutely lovely, super fun to play, quite exciting. I wonder if we require the masterwork on the resolve stacks. I mean, that would be the maximum damage reduction, but do we require it on the resolve stacks? Right?
I'll be here, swinging away.
The big question, ladies and gentlemen. So now with this already in, we're looking pretty good.
Back to it then.
I'd like to cast the Decrepify. I need to get that done. So, let me... Put Glyn's Anvil on that one. So this is Glyn's, chat. Luckily, I preferred something ahead of time, so I can just go over here to the Spirit, equip this. Yep. And then we can swap the boots. And the pan's over. And actually override that. So this is like the different build already, right? The one where we now use the mages to give us 210 essence regeneration per mage. Okay, per mage. So right now our essence regenerates with 10 per second. Okay, 10 per second. Sitting at 124. You get here the essence is 13. And now summon the mages. I need corpses for that though. That's the problem. Can I form corpses with an ability? So we now form corpses, and I can now summon these dudes. Oh, essence regeneration will go through the roof. I cannot summon corpses right now. This is the Army of the Dead build. This was the Army of the Dead build until we just roll a different one right now. Okay. Because that is the whole plan. We're rolling a different one. And I should have the tools already to make it work. So this is rapid ossification. Wow. That's Lobby. This one is Tidal. That can stay so far right now. It's fortified. Resolve. We need to put the sinew on. So we had 851. It's actually really sad that I have to use an 851, but I have nothing else. That will have to hold for now. Yep. This one did get the resolve stacks as well for the time being. With Sever you can. Did I choose the corpse on Sever? Yeah, actually you're right. With Sever we can make corpses. To test if we can do it. I mean, we need to get the Necromancer rune for casting Decrepify. That's important. We can with Sever. You are indeed correct. So as you can see now, because I can summon this many mages, so I can summon 7 mages, okay? That means my essence regen went from, you know, this is my essence regen per second now, 204. So if I now press the Bone Spirit and it uses up all my essence is instantly back up. I can do this. Ah, ladies and gentlemen. Then you can teleport around, right, and activate your Bone Storm. While you're teleporting around, you're just summoning the lats. We're actually striking for billions of damage. Not sure if they're doing double-digit billions, which is the problem. Really easily have this running. So this is like simple, nifty. I have this ring transfigured. I have that transfigured. The only one I could change. We need technically the aspect of deluge, right? Because they was given more primary resource. So I do need a different ring. Ring, 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 banana phone, banana phone. Banana phone. It's an all damage multiplier one. I prefer critical damage multiplier one. I actually take this ring here for the... Probably. But it's not optimal, but it'll do the trick, right? So this one can get the aspect of deluge. This is important because it says overpower stacks increase your primary maximum resource and your regeneration by 2. So since we're having like 12 stacks again, you can just do this, right? And then you overpower stacks, very simple. You just have your essence be up to 200 now. That's important because every cast of this skill just makes my spirit stronger. Something that's already a nice value. The problem is that my set is completely useless, right? So we need to have the set bonus here of the forming or consuming a corpse reduces the essence cost or cooldowns of your profane skills and increases their damage, right? So like now you have this one already, and then you can just have your corpses out. And now we need to re-roll them to get ranks on those corpse skills, right? Because this is a Macabre Core Bone skill. And if I now roll Core, I will also increase the regeneration my mages give me, right? Because my mages give me essence regeneration, which is really, really quick. But if I re-roll these here to say Core, that would be banger. I mean, I'll take whatever in this case because I just want to... Darkness doesn't work. Wow, 4 ranks to darkness, really? If I see one more time darkness, I'm just going to cry. Just give me like all the darkness skills in the world, please. Thank you. We just roll 1,000 away just to see darkness skills like 7 times. And not a single under Macabre skills. See, Macabre skills is already killer. Because Macabre skills is also your actual Bone Spirit here, right? Maximum resource. If essence regen on everything, only 2 pieces right now. And 2 pieces is technically enough. The thing is, the more essence regen you have, the quicker you can spam the whole thingy, right? Because you want to obviously use the Bone Spirit as often as possible. So with 2, I have enough. But enough isn't enough, right? Because enough is just like making it possible that I cast every X. But obviously the more we have, the better it is. Darkness again. Should just be... That's another Linta for Macabre skills, but we have that already. Alright, it's Linta, so... That's lore with Macabre skills. This is actually really good. This 9 ranks to Macabre skills. Damn. That was pretty simple. Now I just need to start combining the other to hope to get one of the actual sets, right? Ah, there we go. That's a Phoba. So now we just need one more, ladies and gentlemen. Did I just combine away one of my 4 thingies? I guess I did. Happens to the best of us. Training ground now same. So yeah, generally speaking, more regen is just more regen, right? So like right now, as you can see, I'm regenerating a lot quick, but it's far from being like instantious, right? Just a lot quick. What we now need is a new weapon that would provide us with ranks to overpower. It's pretty much the biggest thing I could get. Do you think fire spell and hit build could be unchanged? Yes, fire spell and hit build can definitely be used unchanged. So I need a sword, preferable. Actually, a two-handed sword. I'm an idiot. Just gambling away the wrong kind of money here right now. I need a two-handed sword, a preferable with stats on. And I have two-handed weapons, right, that I can craft on. That one isn't transfigured. Use this and re-roll the aspect to title. Title is really important because you get more overpower stacks. That should instantly allow me to just run a high-ranking Skulls. This should instantly allow me to just run a Undercity to get my other charms. Now what we need is just the Decrepify. So let's look for that quickly. Do you get Lucky Hit Resource? No. Lucky Hit Resource is not... how do you get Lucky Hit Resource? With the resource tuning. Sorry. With a resource tuning prism. It's the green one. Green one is the resource tuning. We need Kel, Challenging, Shroud, Nova, Decrepify. Companion, Protect. Decrepify, and I need a Moni for that, though. Do I have a Moni, Chem, Moni? My other character just doesn't have any runes. Moni. And then we want to have for the other one, I could use a Neo, that's fine. So we have resolve now on a couple of pieces, which will make us quite tanky-er, chat. We get the cast Macabre skills for... And then we get Vex for bonus skill ranks. Now I'm going to take all of this into an Undercity, and I'm just going to assume that I'm strong enough. Loving Breach is overrated for this build, yes. You need the aspect for Glenn's Anvil, and you need the Sinew chest. What's going to happen right now is we're going to activate Bone Storm, and then we're just going to get our skeletons running. And as you can see, they're already hitting for billions, which is nice. But also only for billions so far. And that is single-digit billions, right? Not triple-digit billions. Oh, that actually is double-digit billions. Quite useful. Right? You're now able to just dash around, deliver the payload, be tanky, dash over to the next, deliver the payload again. Then over to the next. The only downside the build has, that you actually still have to stand still to cast your Bone Spirits. So there's no walking cast. Definitely an advantage of the Spiritborn, similar build, right? Because Spiritborn can move while they do things. Well, here I gotta... Honestly, for so far, just having thrown it together, working rather efficient. And we're missing the full set bonus, chat. So we don't have the set bonus currently for the maximum damage. That is missing. That means double-digit billions for a half-cooked build. Link for this build? No, sir. We're still in the cooking phase. Still finding out if we're going to keep the crown, for example. Because currently the crown allows us to have as much resource as we want, right? That you really always cast every bone spirit with a full essence glow. Without the crown, for example, I would have 4 less mages, which means 4 times less resource generation, right? Because every mage is 200% bonus resource generation. So that means a bonus of 800 resource generation, which is quite significant, right? To just like instantly bump me up. Who are we not? Who did we not kill? I can imagine that is quite something you would want to have. Because the bone spirits do more damage per point of resource that's being put into them. So if you cast them with full resource, that's king. And technically, you would want to have more maximum resource, right? Because right now, if I spam, as you can see, I don't always cast it with full. That's bad, because optimally, I want to cast it with full. Oh, I didn't go for the Undercity, did I? This character right now has, like, the worst war plan. Because this is when, like, it's funny if you think about it. Because this is when the season started, right? I have shitty war plans because these are the war plans when the season started. Like when no one really had a clue what was actually good, what was bad. So I just have like a terrible few choices here. Now we went to the side for this one. This one is good. That one can go here. And this one is a decent choice. Okay. So we have a fur, but we need a Beru. So let's reroll it into a Beru. And then we get the set bonus as well, so that's going to be nice. It's Beru. Okay, now we have all of them, ladies and gentlemen. What does this give us now? So this gives us your Profane and Macabre skills deal 225% increased damage. And my ulti is also Profane or Macabre skill, which means that my Bone Storm profits from all the ranks that we have in other stuff. It obviously helps a lot. So we have 3. We get 10 bonus ranks. It's nice.
It is
done. When you do 3-to-1 recycle and you recycle only 900 items, they will stay 900 items. If you do the 3-to-1 recycle, but you recycle, for example, 3 850 items, it could be ancestral, it could be 850. Okay. Let's go into a Helltide quick. I mean, I guess we could go to Torment 12 right now, but that's not the point. We still need to vibe in with things. Season 13 is the spin to win build meta, yes. But sometimes it just takes a lot to make it work. I mean, this is no league start build, so this is nothing you could do at the start of the season, right? This is something you need to actually grind into. See, suddenly 144 billion, ladies and gentlemen. See, this is what you want to have. So you want to have like this kind of contact build, where as soon as I now get in contact with something, it will just get torn to shreds, right? I'm gonna put myself here in the middle of this. Activate my Bone Storm and just spam away. Big fan from on-contact death builds. If you wonder why is the Bloodlands in here, because the Bloodlands actually spends overpower. So we're currently sitting at 16 overpower. So I spend overpower to gain overpower, right? If I spend overpower to gain overpower, then I am instantly sitting at, like, I'm getting actually the bonus for my Paragon board. Because one of my Paragon board notes says I get bonus damage multiplier if I gain overpower. But I can only gain overpower when I have no overpower. That's a good view. The best part, due to the insane resource generation we have, right? The 200 plus per second, I can actually spam my... Sever. Never have to be worried about running out of resource for Sever, because you always have the resource. Essentially a one-button build, apart from, like, keeping my barrier up, right? But essentially a one-button build. Now we're standing here in the middle, and we got our ghosts rotating outwards. Bum, 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 bum. The crazy part about this build now is our amulet shit doesn't have a single damage multiplier. Our rings are low-B rolled, so they don't have crit damage multipliers, right? We got our tempers technically different, because again, we're currently sitting at the essence regeneration of 490 per second, right? And it's quick. But I wonder if more essence regeneration now would bump this up harder, because right now I can click every one. Right, this is how quick I can press. But I wonder if we could get this to more. So if I now have like 800 per second, does it instantly fill up my globe? Or does it not instantly fill up my globe? That's something I'd like to know. Because if it instantly fills up my globe, I could, like, spam the button, right? Because right now I cannot spam it. That's definitely something that's holding me back. By the way, did I look a single time for if I could die or not? No. I didn't look at my HP. I just assumed I'm undying, which I am. Necro build. Work is killing your time? Take your time, my friend. Matter. What you need to learn is, like, first you craft yourself a bunch of good items that are 900 without greater affix, and then you slowly start replacing them with greater affix items. But since you can so easily make yourself perfect items, I mean, I could literally, with a store in town, make myself a perfect set of 900 item power items. I would not have to leave the town. I know it sounds crazy, but it is really simple. Just with the 3 vendors in town. Yeah, it depends if 800 per second also means 400 per half second. Exactly, Everin. Because technically it says 800, or it says 400 per second, but it still goes for this bop, 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 right? So the question is, if we now get the essence regeneration so high that the bop, bop is my essence globe. Yeah, it could mean 200 every quarter second, but even 200 every quarter second would be great, right? So what we can do right now is we can take these rings here, and instead of having... Yeah, that's the question. What do we remove? Probably... If I had to remove one, it's crit strike chance right now, and you could try to get resource generation. So that's another 14% resource generation, right? My second ring, I can do the... Yeah, the vulnerable damage, I cannot roll that away, so I'm gonna have to stay. So, like, that would be resource generation, for example. And then I could also temper on resource generation for a second. So alone that is another bump up, right? Get that in greater affix, and then we get to, like, masterwork the item. So that's the question, if this would actually contribute hugely to what we're doing, or just some. Lost crafting worst. We have a couple of videos on YouTube about that. Like really a couple that really break it down step by step by step by step by step. What button to press, what tuning prism to use. I heavily recommend watching that. You know, I like how we're just wasting all these materials here on this right now just to figure out if this works the way I want it to work, right? We have one nightmare dungeon and then a thingy. So let's just do a nightmare dungeon quickly. I did actually yesterday, by the way, chat, find a nightmare dungeon that had treasure breach. I have a treasure breach nightmare dungeon. Can you show what you meant about crafting each gear? I can show you the vendors, and I can show at one example how to do it if you want to. You can do that. No problem. See, now my globe is skipping the third step. Do you notice this? Now it's 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's not this 1 2 3 1 2 3. Do you see this? Right? So it's like 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. So now it's bomb 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 bomb. So I can already press the button more often. We're still not there yet, right, at the perfect solution for this, but we're slowly getting there. So that resource generation bonus was actually mad, and we're now sitting at 604. So 604 seems to mean 130. So is it divided by 4? Because the first jump is always around 123, right? So what is the division there? It seems roughly 123, 130, right? So if we have 600 and it's 123, it's divided by 4, roundabout, correct? So it's divided in quarters. That means I would need for 200 at least 1,000. So I could instantly get what I'm looking for. Then I get 250, like pop, pop. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Everin, thank you very much for your subscription and support, Everin. Very good to see you there. Miss Marisha, thank you for the 26. Tass, a pleasure. So, you wanted to see one item. Let's destroy everything that we don't need here. Then we're going quickly over to... So there are the 3 vendors down here. And these 3 vendors, they can have greater affix stuff. Okay? So they don't only have non-greater affix stuff, they can have greater affix stuff, and they can have ancestral stuff, for example, as well. So 900 item power items. Let's take this weapon, and let's take this amulet, for example, because that amulet is actually good. So, like, just to give you an example on how to now craft yourself good items from the city. Just from the city. I'm going to take this weapon. It says physical damage, life on hit, maximum life. So the life on hit we don't want to have, and life on hit is actually a defensive aspect, and the maximum life we right now don't need. So we're going to only keep the one offensive one, or the maximum life as well. But actually, you know what? Let's remove the maximum life. Keep physical damage, then we remove this, and we add with a aggressive tuning prism. We're now going to add weapon damage, then we're going to add damage over time, and we're going to put on intelligence. Now I would just have to go over to the occultist and re-roll the damage over time multiplier into critical strike damage multiplier, and I already have an insane weapon. Same goes for the amulet. The amulet has crit damage, armor, and maximum life. So we're going to remove the 2 defensive ones, keep the crit damage, which is rolled at 39%, and then we're going to add aggressive ones. So we're now going to get, what do we have? A critical strike chance, so we got intelligence, and we got physical damage multiplier. Insane. Killer amulet. I could now, if I wanted to, remove the intelligence, for example, or I could just go over to the enchanter again, then roll the crit chance or the intelligence into a vulnerable damage multiplier, and I would have a perfect amulet. Why physical damage? Because my build needs physical damage. And that's as simple as I just made 2 top tier items for my build, technically. It's that simple. After I get the war plan to 10-10 and I don't have 7 to some activity, can I continue leveling it? I have actually not gotten my war plan to 10-10, sir. Because I play way too many different characters, so I genuinely do not have a clue. Need more resolve stacks. Problem is right now I only get resolve stacks over lucky hit. Yeah, it's 130. It's 130. And I'm sitting at 604. So, roughly a 4. That means our second ring needs to have essence regeneration as well. So, how about we go to Torment 12, Chad, and we do a treasure breach dungeon. What kind of mythics can you use on this build? You can technically use the crown, the Ear of Perdition, but you don't actually require it. Because yesterday we found something cool, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we found... Wait, which character does have it? One of my characters has it. I'm not sure if this one has it or the other. I didn't put it here, right? Who does have it? The Sorg? What's the best farming method for things like Forgotten Souls? Technically Helltide, practically a material reserve in an escalating nightmare, and you make the escalating nightmare the 3rd dungeon. Gold reserve, blast wave shrine, Forgotten Wisdom. So that's also no. Who had the treasure breach yesterday? Yeah, we had a treasure breach, but it is on one of my characters. I just don't know who found it. The thing is, I didn't play that many recently, so it gotta be on the paladin or... I'm pretty sure you're Dutch. No, I'm German, sir. But thank you for your trust. Obo, lethal shrines? No? Eh? But if he doesn't have it and the Spiritborn doesn't have it, who has it? I found it by accident yesterday, you know, because we went over our characters and I was like, ooh, treasure breach. It must have been the Spiritborn, but he didn't have it, John. He also doesn't have it. It would be so me if I accidentally opened it and like then swapped like Torment Tears and forget that I had it in there, if that makes sense, you know? Now I'm growing concerned about my own sanity again, because we know we found it yesterday on stream. No, he also doesn't. Eh? You put it in your... No, I just searched for it to make sure if I'm crazy, right? So here, treasure, but it's not in there. Oh, guess we're tripping, or we just open it. Yeah, we watched the VOD Shroomnator all the way back to when we found it. That would not be as helpful as you think it is, because it would be a lot of VOD to go through, right? Okay, so it would have had to be on the Spiritborn. But he would have had it in his inventory, but I marked it yesterday. Oh, then we don't have a treasure breach because I don't seem to find it on any of my characters. Well, that is what it is, Chad. Cool. 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 So, we do need to find a better chest, but I like my chest so far. It's fine. The helmet stays, the gloves, so we need better... Well, actually, so the sad part is that we don't need better gloves. We just don't need the gloves we have. So we need other gloves. But I don't think that I have a pair of gloves that we can craft upwards right now. Because I would need one. I mean, 3 ranks to core skills would actually work because that's a nice, nifty multiplier. So I could work with that. The question is, how much more damage do we get per rank? Because that kind of decides which multiplier is better. This is 630, and 3 ranks up is 675. Damn, that is a lot of damage. That's 45% per rank. That's better than a vuln or an all damage multiplier. Does actually work. So we could take this pair of gloves here with the core skills. Then we're gonna remove the core. Oh shit, I can't remove the core affix. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I can remove the defensive one, right? But I cannot remove the intelligence, because if I remove the intelligence, it could bite my ass. I mean, I can remove the offensive one, though. Focus reroll, and I could try to make it into a crit one, I guess. Yeah. Attack speed is good. Like attack speed. Crit damage multiplier. Yep. Yep. This is... Yep. Lightweight, baby. Lightweight. We got this. I'm going to take the intelligence. I'm going to reroll that into not intelligence. So into like all damage or vulnerable damage or physical. Like it doesn't matter which one of those. Physical. Vuln would be better because Vuln is a higher one. It's also Vuln, but it's 20 out of 28. I'm just not happy with 20 out of 28. I'm sorry, chat. Right? 20 out of, like, that sounds a bit sad when there could be more. But I also don't want to go through all our Forgotten Souls just to get, like, a single multiplier on a glove that we might not even max out. So let's take the glove as is. Rank it up. Get that critical strike damage multiplier to 77. I like how the core skills stay at 3 ranks and don't even go up to 4 ranks. That seems reasonable. What does core skill go up to if you now hit it? To 5, right? To 4? That must be the single-handed biggest scam in existence. If it at least went up to 5, right? It would be somewhat worth it. But going up to 4 is like, what the fuckity fuck is that? You know what? I take it back. Core skills is horrible on your gloves, and you might as well eat my ass. Because that's just stupid. Very not happy with that outcome. Okay. Damage per overpower. Okay. You don't want to be greater affix, no? I mean, I don't want you greater affixed as well. It would be a shame if we got you in greater affix, right, Chad? Thank you. So now I can import a very important aspect, and it's called one of the bursting bones. What does bursting bones do? Bone skills gain increased damage for every 1 maximum essence you have, up to 200 essence. That's a lot. Right? That's 200 times 40%. It's a good multiplier. I mean, not 40%, but 0.4. You know what I mean. So that's good. It's better than crushing. I mean, right now it's not that good yet, but it's going to be good. So we got Deluge here for the overpower. We got the title for the 8 stacks. I'm just not sure if I want to use the Fortify from the boots or something else rather. That's something I gotta think about. We need a new war plan. War plan with talisman stuff would be useful. try out some more. Let's go over to Torment 12 now. When Resolve goes from 7 to 12, it's good. Yeah. Resolve needs to do that. Come on, don't you talk down on my boy Resolve like that. We're gonna be having like fisticuffs here. What's your beef? I have no beef with anyone, Sam. Sir, I do not possess beef with people. Ah, very good, very good, very good. We still need to get the second ring up to the levels that we are able to just get things faster. Yeah. No, I do think Resolve should obviously get nerfed down to 12, to 10 instead of 12. But then again, instead of not nerfing Resolve, like, just give us other ways to stay alive, right? I mean, the reason Resolve is so lauded right now, so loved, is simply because it actually helps us, right? It helps us so much. But there's also nothing else that helps us so much. So, like, who wonders that people actually want to use Resolve when the option is being like giga squishy otherwise, right? I mean, surprise. You don't have the damage for Pit 119? Then you need to work on your multipliers, sir. I mean, the build can definitely go deeper than Pit 130 with very good equipment. However, is that, like, again, do you want to go deeper than Pit 19? So if you can do Pit 19, you can easily level up your glyphs, and then you just don't have to care anymore. Sam, there's a video about you. Sam, I'm not sure what video you watched, brother. Again, I do not have beef with people. I have better things to do. You know, like live my life. But I would be interested to watch that weird video. So please, if you have Twitter, you can forward that to me. So I can report it for utter bullshit and lies and slander. Because no one has time for that. We need to stop hitting the button for Blood Mist. I mean, the only reason you have Blood Mist is to technically get a little bit of movement speed food. Or to, like, pull the get out of jail card. So, for example, if you're fighting Mephisto and you don't feel tanky enough, or you just want to be completely untargetable, very useful. One thing I'd like to have is pulling enemies together, but for that I'd have to use the Godslayer crown, right? How do you have this much regen? So we're playing skeletons, and every skeleton is 210% more regen. You heard right. I said 210%. So that's how my essence regens so fast. The little trick, now the question rather is, how many more skeletons do I need to make this work the most efficient? Okay. How much essence per second do I need on my gear to make this the most efficient? Because obviously the more essence per second on gear I have, the more efficient it gets. Because if my base essence per second is high, then that's actually insane. So far, I only have 2 essence per second. I don't actually have many, right? So that's that. Oh, we almost died. Wow, I haven't seen that in a while. Easy. So right now we only have our boots and we only have our pants with essence per second. So that's missing our chest and it's missing our helmet. Now the problem is that for helmet we have to obviously roll the undercrown, and for chest we have to kill the butcher. So these are 2 greater layer bosses, and I am surprisingly or unsurprisingly out of greater layer boss materials. Now, what we could do is we could, for example, play the Godslayer crown instead of the Undercrown. If I play the Godslayer crown instead of the Undercrown, I'm going to lose 4 skeletons. 4 skeletons would mean that my essence generation drops to 378 per second. So if I now press the button, look at this, how slow that is. That's terrible, right? So actually having these skeletons is currently very useful. I wouldn't want to miss out on them. Look at how low my glyphs are. It's kind of sad. Jesus. Gotta get that. Where does the 210% come from? From the standard of mages. So mages here. Skeleton mages is a corpse skill and requires a corpse to be raised. Each active skeleton mage increases essence regeneration by. The more ranks into mages you have, the more they increase that by. So right now you are trying to get as many ranks as possible into set mages. That would be amazing. I mean, currently we have Macabre skills. But instead of Macabre skills, you could also get core skills. So for example, Bone works as well, right? Bone on the Beru would now work. The thing is that core skills would at the same time boost the skeleton mages to get you more, and it would boost the Bone Spirit as well. So that would, like, having at least 6 bonus core skills would probably go a long way. Sadly, I have not yet seen a single time this roll as a core skill, right? I keep rolling Darkness, but it's already helpful that I can get Core, Bone, or Macabre. I have three chances to get something. I mean, some of my builds had 1 single chance, right? Not 3, 1 single. So I can't really complain. I can only be like, that's fine. And I usually do not roll these this fast and get like this good results. It takes like ages to get that together. Lore, no, we would need a Phoba with something. Corpse skills, that doesn't work. Bone skills, Phoba with bone. Yeah, I mean, that's the maximum amount of skills now for our Bone Spirit. 41 ranks plus 26. It's pretty hot, honestly. What about the Spiritborn Vortex rune? I could afford it easily. So you could do the use maximum resource. What is that glyph called again? I can use Cry, for example. And then use maximum resource and probably trigger it every single time. Let's get yellow one. Do you have a link for the build? No. I don't have a planner for this yet. This is me throwing together shit at the fan and seeing which sticks. Is Rogue Panshot still bugged and super inconsistent? Honestly, I have not heard a single thing about Rogue this season. I'm very sorry. See, we could use a POC and witness what comes out of that. So we got the POC, the Cry. So it says here, spend 300% of your maximum resource, which we should be very easy able to do. I made a new Diablo account and have not followed a single guide. Games more fun this way. Each to their own, my friend. Not everyone wants to figure out stuff. Some people just prefer having a build and not having to think. You know, they want to play, not think. And there's no right or wrong way about that. There's only exactly what you enjoy. Exactly how you find joy in the game. Yeah, this is getting faster and faster right now. New druid today. Well, our druid build is more or less done. The only thing we can do is make it better. What means make it better? Find better items. So the builds don't get better. I just find better items that make me stronger. But the builds stay functionally exactly the same. You know? That's why you don't see me play like my favorite builds. You don't actually see me play them because they're already perfect from the concept stage. I just now need to push them more if I wanted to. This season PoE, I will actually have to push builds. It'll be interesting. This season's a bit different. We're doing like many billion hits, but I wonder if we can push this like to even higher billions. We can definitely upgrade our glyphs here finally. $81. It's good bonus. It's probably my least level character yet. How many trends of damage do we need? A lot. I do my own builds first, then look at your guys' builds to see how I can fine-tune mine. And that's a very solid way to go about it. I do recommend that way as well for play. You know, to make your own thing. To make what you enjoy making. And then whenever you hit a wall, you kind of look over, right? And you, what could I now do to make what I'm already trying to make work better? It's usually my recommendation as well. Just coming back to what's with the new skill tree? Did they change anything with that? I mean, it's a complete new skill tree, sir. Everything is different. Everything. The best part is that we can get like overpowered charges super fast because we literally just have to use up our essence, right? And that's then already the overpowered charge. The only thing we gotta get a bit longer is resolve. At least overpowered charges are in the back. Which are our biggest damage scalers, so that's... We're gonna link the build later. We're going to have a fully fleshed out planner tomorrow, yes. I mean, let's push the build further today. Try to actually get good items for the build, okay? And then we're gonna also, as always, try to tear down Torment 12 Mephisto. For this, we gotta get a bit more tanky because we only have like 22,000 life right now. We need to get a new weapon because my weapon is utter trash wipe currently. I mean, not utter trash wipe, but we're missing. Our rings are terrible. There's not even a single one that has like greater affix to critical strike damage. So I'll have to do a lot of Obol Reserve dungeons, I'd say. That would probably be the best way to go about it right now. I could get my Nightmare Dungeon like to the next level. That might be easiest. But yeah, Obol Reserve dungeons would help. Or we could just gamble rings. Couldn't get Obols in the Undercity, could we? Nah, sadly not. I want to say, is there no more spirit bacon here? If there wasn't another spirit bacon, we would have not been able... I mean, it would have been very annoying to actually reach all the achievements. Okay, that cry rune is working out good, so that was a nifty suggestion, chat. Using that cry rune. But now we gotta backtrack quickly to kill enough enemies. First part, if that happens. Oh, come on. We're like one enemy away from triggering that. Thank you. I told you. It was 2 enemies, not 1. We get a Sorg leveling build. I leveled Sorg with basic skill plus lightning basics plus lightning core skill. I really don't remember the name right now. Oh Jesus Christ, what was it called again? It was super simple and quite insane. High recommendation. Sorg was a brain dead leveler. We do have the live stream for that up. Easiest to be found on YouTube. Okay, more charms. Or are we still going for charms? Hey. I'm not giving up on the chance for that core skill charm, okay? There's always a chance. Pit 150? No Pit 150. I mean, either you do Pit 150 with one of the complete overtuned builds, or you do Pit 150 with a bug build. Otherwise, you're not going to do Pit 150. So choose your poison there, right? But even with the overtuned builds, there's a certain amount of farm you gotta do to get there. That I have absolutely zero interest in. That's 3 rings with greater affix. Damn. Pony. Come on. One with crit. That's armor, life on hit, and physical damage multiplier. I mean, physical damage multiplier is not horrible. It's not good as well. Because now I have to add crit damage multiplier at the highest possible version. Attack speed is not what we're looking for because we're looking for triple multipliers. So I already gotta be greedy now. Nah, you know what? We don't have to be greedy yet. I can add another one and hope that that is crit, and then I have to be greedy. Intelligence. Yikes. So what we're gonna do is we're going to block the physical damage multiplier. And we're gonna remove the other 2. Actually, 1 can stay. And we're going to add the resource one this time. I haven't forgotten, chat. We're gonna add the resource one this time. The resource generation until it's full though. Right? So let's get that one to the max roll. Resource cost reduction. No, it needs to be resource generation at 15. What happened to the Spiritborn? Were you just playing that? Well, the Spiritborn killed Torment 12 Mephisto. The Spiritborn is speed farming every content piece in Torment 12. And the Spiritborn can pretty much finish for you your seasonal journey with ease. So what happened to the Spiritborn? I finished it. And I maxed it out. I showed you how it works. I gave you the video that explains how it works. And now we're off to the next build. Okay, I got 14.4 on resource generation. I guess I should have been happy with 14.4 on resource generation. But if I already have a free roll, you know, I want to be a little bit greedy. Thank you, 15 resource generation. Now we're going to remove the core stat affix, right? And we're going to add only offensive. So that offensive one is now crit damage multiplier 21. I like that. And preferable, I would get a vulnerable. Now begins the problem because now I might not get a vulnerable. So I can reroll 2. The crit chance and the critical multiplier. If I now randomize it. That's the problem. I can only randomize these and just hope for a better outcome. And that's a bit of a bummer. So they're gonna have to remove both again. I'm back to the drawing board at 1. Then focus reroll that one until it is crit or vuln in a good way. and then add the next one for luck. So that's Vuln 11. I'm going to try to add crit. And we added int. So I'm going to remove int. And we're going to try to add crit. I get crit chance. Then we're going to focus reroll. Hope it hits the crit chance and not the Vuln. Nice. Then we're going to remove the int again. And we're going to add crit. We get damage over time. We're going to focus reroll. Hope that we hit the damage over time. We hit the Vuln, so we're going to remove both. And start from the start again. But the other two are pretty much set in place, right? So I can't remove the resource generation. I can't remove the physical because I locked it over the trick with the enchanter change. And therefore, you can just like go this back and forth. See, that's crit again. Now we're going to try to add another one, and that should be Vuln. I got int. That's easy because we can remove int. Try to get vulnerable. I got int. Goodness, that can go like 20 times back and forth now. The problem is you can't remove int like easily. Ah, ladies and gentlemen. So, got that. Good ring. And we're probably going to temper on resource generation as well. And see how far can we just really bring this resource generation up. Right? How far can this go? Refined primordial dust, massively bottlenecked. I get my dust from either doing the Undercity with the Horadric cube materials, or from getting Horadric cube materials by the war plans. Alternative, you can do a material reserve nightmare dungeon, and material reserve nightmare dungeons also net a lot of that. So that's my buy to buy. Okay, that's another 26 resource generation if I wanted to, right? With 3 multipliers now, we're going to put the affix on. Which one was it? Do I even need the cooldown of my bone skills reduced? So this one has 60 seconds. It has 10 seconds uptime, and it consumes up to 4 corpses to increase the duration per 2 seconds per corpse. But we also have our Necromancer's Decrepify for cooldown reduction. So I should technically get away without using it. So what other bone skill do we have? We have Aspect of Serration. Your corpse and bone skills gain crit chance and deal crit damage. Bone skills increase damage. The bonus is reduced by 10 per subsequent enemy hit. After critical striking with bone skills, your bone skill damage is increased by 10. Bone skills do increase damage to vulnerable enemies. Enemies are always vulnerable, kind of. Wait, do I have a source of vulnerable right now? I can put Serration on if I wanted to. That ring here, the Ring of Deluge. That is max rolled, by the way. Can actually get transfigured after I put a socket in. Minions don't really work. Well, minions do work. However, like, since you cannot fully control them the way you would like them to, still, as much as they do work, they're still an afterthought. The best way to say it.
Good luck, Mainlander.
So we can actually transfigure this one and see what comes out of it, right? I mean, potentially we're going to break that item, but otherwise it might turn out good. So that is 15 quality. Damn, 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 damn. Okay, that's cool. I like it. 0 complaints. Let's see what my essence regeneration now says. Torment 110. Let's see. Is Vulpin for some nice regen? Oh, sir, I have all the regen in the world. If I get any more regen, it might get like too much. Like, my goal is I need my essence to get up in 2 blips, preferable in 1 blip. But it needs to be minimum of 2 blips. So it needs to ... If it's 3 blips, it's too weak. If it's 1 blip, that would be OP, I guess. So goal would be to actually reach the 1 blip stage. But for the 1 blip stage, I need new items. I can't just achieve that easily. So right now we already got more essence generation than ever before. The problem is that our base essence is just low. So I only have 2 sources of bonus essence right now. And therefore, like, it just works. The interesting part is that you can technically start playing the build with already 1 source of essence generation, not more. I mean, by the way, look at my tankiness. It's pretty good, right? I mean, I'm just waltzing in here. Everything just dies. So optimally, you would have like so much essence that I could just, you know, one-tap this. Because if I can one-tap this, that's insane. I mean, we can actually one-tap this. Like, if we're honest with each other, I am losing currently on the top hand 40 essence if I one-tap this. But that's kind of like fine, right? So top end 40 essence loss, I guess we could live with that. We died finally. There's still a world where we can die. That means we need more resolve right now because our resolve, I think, is currently up to 28 only. And that's not enough, considering that we're, like, the problem is we're missing greater affix items. That's why I can't go for more resolve right now. My question is, what's better? Using the Cry Rune or having the Godslayer crown? I mean, optimally, I could use the Air of Perdition, right? Oh, right now my essence scope was full like in one bit, but that was insane. Chat. And I was 1 bip and it was full. I wonder if there's a limit to how many bone spirits I can have around me. So like right now I notice that we're in between not having the Bone Storm cooldown up because I'm working with Lucky Hit, right? My Lucky Hit doesn't seem to be fully there. So with that aspect that we now choose, we are missing the Bone Storm cooldown. Chat. See, now my Bone Storm is not up. And that's also how I die. Right? Because, yeah, sure, we have the Lucky Hit, but it's not enough. Because I think Bone Spirit here has like a 33% Lucky Hit chance. That's not really high. I gotta like wait for this to dissipate and then I can use it again. Definitely weak. When you start playing Necro, Necro's my main, sir. Main start of the season, we made Army of the Dead Necro. After Warlock, shortly after Warlock. Army of the Dead Necro is mental. Yeah, I need my ultimate. Now we have the ultimate up. And it seemed like when we have the ultimate up, we seem to do more damage as well. So that's good to see. But that also means I really have to change the different... I have to play the different aspect. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Luckily, I didn't transfigure this amulet, the other one. So we're forced to play the cooldown. It just makes such a big difference to have it or not to have it. Okay, we need a Nightmare Dungeon that preferable has Obol Reserve on it. Wow Splendor, Dungeon Delve, Roderick Gold. I assume we are working on a new build. Yes, Corpa. I mean, we started now 2 hours ago with the build. We played our old Army of the Dead Necro at first. See now, like with the essence spent, look at the cooldown, Shan. So I pretty much spam this here, and the cooldown is just there, right? I think the biggest thing we could now get for damage would be a new weapon. So now we always have the Bone Spirit up. Did he just give me a tribute of armor, man? Oh yeah, he did. My favorite part about the Necro, so just go bop, bop, bop. And this is similar to the Spiritborn, with the advantage of being completely iframed when you're dodging. And you have this one bonus. So if I want to move like super fast, right, I can just go bop, bop, and then I can just add more speed to it. Because why not? I have 22,000 life, but so much all damage. So how much are we sitting at right now? We're sitting at 1,000. Ah, see, chat, 1,000 gives me instantly 200. Okay, we have 1,000 per second. I get 200. So it's roughly divided by 5. So if I could now get 5 more essence per second on my chest piece or my helmet, right? Then I would potentially have like enough essence to instantly be full every single time. Right? That's the problem right now. I'm not full every single time. Can I start a Necro with this build? No. In order to start this build, you need at minimum 5 essence per second on your boots and on your hands. Then you also need to have the Vengeful Sinew and optimally a Red Blessing together with a Banished Lord's Talisman. Now, you could play this obviously at way less power. Yes, that's possible. But I don't think it would be that enjoyable at way less power. So this is, in my humble opinion, something that you build into and not something that you are right away. It should net you way more fun to do it that way around. Okay, we got that leveled up, which allows me to get the monster power. Get the Undercity leveled up, which allows me to do mythic tributes with you nerds. Let's kick Belial's ass and try to get essence generation. Because I have like 7 times 160% more essence generation. Which means if I get 5 base more essence generation, we're going from 1,000 probably up to like 1,200. 1,300. So are we even making enemies vulnerable right now? We need more damage because this is not enough. I mean, it's a +2, so I guess I should be fine about it, but still, obviously we want more damage. It's good to see like the hundreds of billions, right? But I actually do kill him faster with my Army of the Dead build right now, which is kind of funny. So we definitely need to find like another scaler here. Bloodwave Necro is killer, sir. I mean, we're not playing this because Bloodwave is weaker than this. We're playing this because we just don't want to play Bloodwave. Okay, the Butcher can drop 2 items that we need. He can drop the Sinew, and he can drop the Red Blessing. So I guess getting the Butcher here would probably be the preferred outcome. And the outcome is terrible. That's all damage and vulnerable damage, but only +8 on the amulet. And sadly, it's an 850 item power, so we can't roll it up. Again, my current one has crit chance, and that's it. So we're missing multipliers like crazy. That has cold. That has essence per second on a 41%. It technically would be better for what we're doing. You can add Melted Heart of Selig. There is no world where you can add Melted Heart of Selig to this build, sir. Not a single one. Okay. Oh, that is the waifu. I need to open that, sorry. You think they'll change the unique specs the way they were? No. Changing the uniques back the way they were would probably be the worst thing to do. And the reason for that is pretty simple. It's so easy to get perfect items right now. And I'm not sure if you agree, disagree, but it's super easy to get perfect items. On everything but uniques. Which makes uniques the last chase we actually have. There's no other chase. There's nothing left. I mean, I pretty much, as I said, I can make perfect items from the town. I don't actually have to leave the town, right? Which makes like the final step for every build, get perfect uniques. I mean, most of my characters have like okay uniques. And the difference will then be if you actually took the time out of your day to get them. It will take a while. Right? It will take a while to get the perfect ones. But again, that's like kind of like the last thing you have left for grinding, right? There's no other grind left. I mean, imagine now it was easy to actually get the perfect amulet, then I wouldn't even have to try anymore. Just get it. Charms, getting good charms is also extremely easy. I mean, I just started making this build. +3, +4, +3, +2, +3. And I just started playing this build. Right? I mean, yes, lucky me this time around. Usually takes a bit longer, but still though.
May you find your way back.
So I feel personally that uniques should exactly stay the way they are. It's still not hard to get them. It's just like an actual farm. I know Diablo players, myself included, are used just getting everything served for them and not actually having to grind. Because if we're honest for a second, the Diablo grind actually doesn't really exist, right? Before, it was just like, here, take the best items. Yeah, here's even more best items. The only thing you really grinded for were mythics. You didn't really have to grind for anything else. It's mythics. Okay, chat, I'm spamming this time. Let's see how many ghosts we can get. Why am I spamming? Because I'm only losing like 30 essence or so. And I want to know how good this can get when we're spamming. So I'm actually holding down the button. Oh, yeah. We're holding down the button. We're holding it down. Oh, almost died. Okay, this is good. But we still need some more essence per second so I can really hold down that button. Because right now we're getting minus damage for holding it down, right? But if I can really, really hold it down, that's going to be nice. Double grind is super easy. It is super easy. And I do believe that the Horror Cube is obviously an amazing addition to the grind. So the Horror Cube just made everything better. But I actually like the way it is currently, right? So I need a chess piece. I need a chess piece that says essence per second. Now this will take, like I won't find this. Now, but also that essence per second would be the god outcome. So if I don't get that essence per second, it would be fine-ish. This is tier 12 with +2 difficulty, blah, blah. $900. Let's keep all of them.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Okay. Golem. Golem. Terrible. I mean, that's the one I'm probably going to keep right now because it has like max life, armor, fire resistance. So that one is actually insane. Then we get life regeneration, and that one had essence. This one has nothing. The gloves can actually go away in the ring. GA, honestly, I haven't seen a GA amulet in a long while. I mean, preferable, I wouldn't waste my Betrayer's Husk there. Preferable, we could just go for some fresh meat hands, I guess. Right? Okay, we're holding down the button again, chat. In between, we gotta throw in a Bloodlands. Why a Bloodlands? Because, again, we're triggering one of our Paragon bonuses like that. Stand as close as possible to him. We're definitely killing him faster than on our first attempt because of the holding down of the button, right? Almost stepped wrong there. Okay, now we're gonna get lucky, chat. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Give me the greater affix version. Not at all. What I felt in my bones was betrayal. Betrayal, chat. Physical damage multiplier. Still not good. A sinew. I'm gonna keep regardless. Darkness. I mean, unless they're going to get me more skill ranks now in... What's it called again? More skill ranks in core. We don't need that. You have to buy Lord of Hatred to have fun in the game. Yes. There's no maybe. Yes. If you're not buying Lord of Hatred, you're literally just get 50%, less than 50% of the intended Diablo experience currently. It's not that you can't play the game without, it's just that you're literally just playing half the game. And you're not able to do certain builds, which is the worst part in my eyes. Why can't you do certain builds? Because you're missing the third skill tree as third skill. Because Blizzard in their almighty wisdom decided that you're not allowed to, you know, get certain skill variations unless you have Lord of Hatred. Which I do think is pretty scammy. I'm sorry. I think that's a horrible practice and shouldn't be standard. But Blizzard's like, you know, get fucked, nerd. Belial is wasted as a boss layer. He could have had a full DLC behind him. Yes. You're not wrong. That's a 40% with essence generation. That is a 41% with essence generation. Let's take the 41% with essence generation for a second. Temper resolve on it. Because I just want to see how much we're getting up to. Nice. Must have worked the whole thing. Go to FX, go to FX, go to FX. I mean, one of them is good, but none of them is the one I want. Oh, finally. That one is actually... Okay, so after I wasted my resources on the other one... After I wasted the resource on the other one, let's just not use that one. Congratulations. Why is this one here better? Because it's 800, it's 900 item power. That means I can actually get the maximum resolve up to 7 base. Thank you. Now I wonder if I should greater affix the resolve stacks or the essence on this one. Let's try to hit the essence quickly. Essence generation. Even though it goes like just one higher, which is actually scam if you compare it to what the other goes higher. Then we can reroll the unique power. Surely I can get it up to 45%, Chan. Thank you very much, you little shit. And we're gonna stamp 2 holes in it. And transfigure the whole thing. And boom! We got a greater affix to essence generation. I love it when a plan comes together. Good. Like, obviously, very skilled gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. This has nothing to do with luck and everything to do with talent. Now, what other rune did we actually play? We played... What other rune did we play? The Necromancer one, yeah. Where's my chest piece with the Necromancer one? What? Moaning? Which means that now, how much are we having? We're sitting at... See, we're almost full. Chat, look at this. Almost full. Almost instantly full. when I spam away the button. See? Bop, 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 bop. How much are we sitting at? We're sitting at 1,182. So if I now would move the greater affix from Bone Spirit or from Skeleton Mage over to Essence Regeneration, it might actually be worth it. But I don't think actually it would be worth it when I go here, because every rank more in mages gives me 20, like 866% more. But if the base is higher, how much would the base higher if I move the 1,100? Let's try this out. It's 7. It's 2 more base. We're sitting at 1,227. Damn. Say like bomb, 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 full. Perga, thank you for gifting Hurricane a subscription. Lost Boy also, thank you for the 3rd month of support. That's very good, very good. Things are nice. I like that. Right now, we just have to get better gloves because my gloves are still ass and I don't like them. We have to get the aspect on the gloves better because that's just a worse roll on bursting. So that one we have to get better. The ring is fine. The other ring is also okay, but the aspect is low. And the amulet has to now get better because the amulet is just ass. Plus, we need a weapon that doesn't have shadow damage multiplier. Like, we seriously have to get a weapon that doesn't have shadow damage multiplier, right? I mean, preferable, a double multiplier weapon would actually go a long way. It needs to have max life, though, or we're going to die. That's important because we have, like, 2,000 max life, right? Yeah, it looks like 1,200 is the magic number. Seems like it. Let's get a Mythic Seal. Honestly, I thought I would be really happy getting the Mythic Seal, but so far I couldn't use it on a single build. You know? So far I have it, and I couldn't use it on a single build. Because there's just a very few builds that can actually use the Mythic Seals, right? You know what the fun part is? I might be able to spam like my Bone Spirits, but my Armor of the Dead build did actually do more damage, funnily. It's just not that zoomy, right? And it's limited in how much damage it can deal in terms of how much or how fast the Army of the Dead attacks. Where here, I can just sit down and just deploy more, right? More ghosts. I get the Mythic Seal that's actually good. So the one for the set bonies, but there's not a single build I can use it on. Technically, I could have used it on the Spiritborn, but actually with the Protean Heart, it just feels better. Especially if you have the right items. So there's not a single build. The only way it's worth it to use the Mythic Seal is when you're bugging the Mythic Seal, so you could use 2 unique charms for free. That's literally the only world where that Mythic Seal is worth it. You know, when you bug it, and then you can use 2 Mythics and still have 6 charm slots. Wait, people would do that to push deeper in the tower leaderboard? No, people would surely not do that. That would be really sad if they... Oh, they are. They are. It's really that sad, chat. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. People are exactly that sad. Especially abusing a bug that's like so obvious to see, you know, because it's just there. Okay, now I'm just going to stand AFK here and press my Bone Spirits I wonder if I just have to like slightly move to the side of him so my bone spirits are actually hitting him more. Because right now, like they have a certain rotation around me that when I stand directly next to him, I might be like just a centimeter too close, right? I wouldn't properly do the hitting I wanted to do. Someone should tell them no one cares how high they push the pit. Well, there is one person that cares, sir, and that is themselves. They themselves do care. Okay, so we get a lot here. We get a lot. So that one to crit, lucky hit, cold. So we're gonna jam these three together here now. None of them has a single multiplier that's helpful for me. Vulnerable and crit damage multiplier. Woo! I mean, still low, but it's better than currently having critical strike chance. I'll take it. Chat, I'll take it. My question is, what do we temper on? I mean, we could temper on resource generation as well to really make sure that we're bringing this home, right? I feel like that's overdoing it. Because if I actually get a helmet with essence per second, we're set for life. So I guess I could temper resolve or damage per overpower stack. Let's go with damage per overpower stack, okay? Did this build posted anywhere? Nope, sir. Build's not posted anywhere. Because we still have to like do the fine tuning right now. So as you notice, we're asking ourselves the important questions. What would you now go for, right? What do you need on which item piece? How do you get the most out of which item piece? So I wonder, what do we transfigure onto the amulet, chat? I mean, there is here Baria. What do you have here? Utility aspects. A curse. I mean, I usually temper on a curse touch, right? Dominance, elusive, fortune, hood, interdiction. Interdiction would actually work. Rallying reversal, retribution, shielding, casting, bone skills, ground, stacks of resolve. I mean, I have enough resolve, so I don't need that. My problem is, how do I make enemies vulnerable currently, right? Because technically, the only way how I make enemies vulnerable is here. So we got vulnerable. So we get this curse here, the Iron Maiden, where enemies afflicted by Iron Maiden become vulnerable, right? The problem is that we're not applying Iron Maiden currently. The only way how we apply a curse is casting skills, right? And either we would do both of these skills over our thingy, or we wouldn't do that. Right? New season starts in 6 days? No. I don't know where you saw that, but that's a lie. So if we currently cast skills, we cast the curse, right? Our normal Decrepify curse, but Decrepify curse doesn't make vulnerable. Now the question is, which curse do we rather need? So Decrepify makes our enemies weakened and slows them. And Decrepify gives us crit chance, plus resolve stacks. We could, though, also get... Cut to Blood Moon. No, Blood Moon wouldn't work. I mean, Blood Moon would just not be good, so... We don't need the cooldown reduction of Decrepify. But I want the resolve from Decrepify. This makes me wonder if not a Cursed Touch is actually the best one to get, because a Cursed Touch is a lucky hit chance to make vulnerable. Can you make a Necro build for people who don't own DLCs? No, I don't make generally build for people who don't own DLC. That is not meant in any way offensive towards you, so I don't hate you personally, okay? It's just a simple thing of, I play the game with the DLC. I think everyone should have the DLC. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to start bothering about, you know, making builds for non-DLC, as everything is about the DLC. Okay, let's try to get something good on this. Calling me poor? Yes, that exactly. That was the whole intention behind this. See, lucky hit chance 55% to make enemies vulnerable. It seems to be the easiest way to make someone vulnerable and not have to care about a curse. Because if I then don't care about a curse, then I can just pull these 3 points out and I could spend them wherever I want to, right? Even though I don't need these points, so I can just like make my thingy here more efficient and have my thingy slow stuff down. Crimson Desert got a new update. You look at it. I mean, all these Crimson Desert updates, as much as I enjoy them, sir, they're not a new DLC. So unless we're getting a new DLC, not too deeply interested. But once we do get a new DLC, sign me up, brother man. I am all yours. Anyone else always caught up clicking so many times that he ends up getting like shitty outcomes? You know, it's like, no, the next one. No, the next one. The next one is probably going to be... And then he gets shit. Anyone else? Just me? I hope it's just me. The quality of life of owning the DLC is insane. It is. Oh, this is fantastic, because this is like something that a lot of players have complained about. That when you're joining a dungeon, there's enemies already there. Imagine now you were playing hardcore, right? And you have a build that needs resolve. And this happens to you. Not nifty, right, Chad? Okay, how much are we expecting? 200 billion damage numbers now with the new amulet, ladies and gentlemen. 200 billion. We're mostly in the 100 billions, right? And then a lot of the 100 billions, because like you have all these ghosts and the ghosts are exploding twice because they're actually exploding twice, in case you didn't know, right? I expect to finally see 200 billion more often. That amulet. That should have never killed me. I'm so sad. Any idea how to get cube materials faster? Work plans, material reserve dungeons, playing the Undercity with Marauder cube material tributes. I mean, like, not getting Marauder cube materials would be probably harder, right? I mean, actually getting them is really simple, I feel. I'm always surprised that you're out, because I am not playing that much. I know you're like, you know, he's a crater, he plays a lot. I don't. I mean, in comparison to our friendly neighborhood Rob the Barbarian or Makuna the Sorcerer or any of the other super hardcore Diablo tryhard diehards, I'm a child, right? I'm like, good sir, could you please give me some game time? You just have to like target your farm. I mean, from the beginning, like since this season has started, I've pretty much, whenever I have seen Horandry cube materials from the war plan, I've always chosen that one. Okay, it was never like, oh, should I get the bonus armor pieces? Should I get, no. Cube materials, cube materials, cube materials, cube, and salvage. So it was cube materials and salvage that I've been spamming. And that's why I like never really get into a bottleneck of resources, because like I continuously just juice myself up there nicely. The only thing I'm consistently out of, but I guess that everyone is consistently out of, would be primordial resin, right? But I guess you're supposed to be out of that. Okay, 190 billion, ladies and gentlemen. I saw 200 billion. It's in the grand scheme of things, nothing special like a 200 billion, but you know, considering the amount of ghosts we're having and everything, I guess this is nice. But I wonder is if we wanted to have way more max resource. An interesting question. Okay, we get everything up to 92, ladies and gentlemen. So now what's the next dungeon that you would have to do? Now, instead of 110, we would have to do 115 to pretty much get them all up to 96 or 97 at least, right? And then we would have to do a 120 to get them all up to 100 easily.
What brings you?
We don't need these three anymore. Mash them together. Get nothing. Okay, we get a decent sinew that doesn't provide any kind of support. That's the problem. We need a better helmet. So our helmet is now the last thing that's lacking, the undercrown. Now, I could technically remove the undercrown and play this with an air of perdition. So what we can try out is, what if I take one air? Do I have an air? Perdition. Who has one with resolve stacks? My sword has one with resolve stacks and intelligence in it. It has maximum life tempered on it. Let's fix that. Disgusting, chat. The interesting part is this one has a greater affix to core skills. Why is the greater affix to core skills intriguing? First and foremost, that does actually increase my damage. Second and most important though, it increases the resources that the Skeletonians give me. So I wonder if I could actually use that instead. Attack speed, crit chance. That is technically a good amulet. You're saying the build isn't posted because you still work on it. Chill, no tilt. Pretty much like I just started this morning figuring out the build. So we haven't posted it, simple matter of fact, because we still have to put the pieces all together. It will, like by tomorrow, you'll have everything for you. So we got the 3 ranks to core skills, okay? That makes the skeletons now each give me more resource. However, we're losing 4 skeletons now, so our whole resource is actually dropping. Now, can I afford that? That's the big question. Yeah, see now I couldn't spam the... See, if I do this, couldn't really spam it. When we're sitting at higher numbers though, right? I cannot spam it. I can spam it. We are overall sitting at higher numbers with the helmet. So I guess it's somewhat worth it. And if I technically wait, right, I always get the most damaging. And we could check, like, with the helmet now, how quick a dungeon run would go. What we could do is, we could move the essence per second instead of ranks to Bone Spirit, which gives me a damage multiplier. I could technically move it to the essence per second to try to weasel out a bit more essence per second, right? Not sure if that's the plan here. It's a favorite class and why? It's Necro. Necro is my favorite because Necro can do so many cool things with all of their builds and the variety of shit that Necro can do. And I feel all in all we're doing more damage with the helmet, right? And that looks like an easy 115. Numbers higher. Numbers go boom. I feel like I should, on my amulet, maybe jump up the resource generation. I mean, you could technically temper one lucky hit chance for resource to just, like, have, like, what, like, all your goes continuously give you more resource. Ah, shit. I knew that would kill me. So you could technically temper one single, this quickly so I get my armor back. So think about it, and I would go for the lucky hit chance for more resource. That would also work with all the resource generation we get going on. So maybe we should temper that on the amulet and see what the outcome is. Because that might gap this last bit that's missing here, right? That per reset, I would probably lucky hit enough to make it work. Right? I mean, I hate that I have to use the... Like, I would have been real happier with the Undercrown. Right? But I acknowledge the more damage we can see here. I mean, this is simply just higher damage despite having less resource. Because an 80% damage multiplier is not to be underestimated. Especially like an 80% damage multiplier with a crit chance and with a lucky hit chance bonus. Let's not forget about that, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I saw 350. Yeah, we're above 300 billion now, and before we were stuck at 200. So the improvement is there. That's undeniable. That we're doing more is not a question. The question rather is still, do we actually need the Cry Rune? Or would we be better off with a Vex? Right? Because Vex would be another 3 skill ranks, which again would give us more damage, but not only more damage, it would also give us more essence generation per skeleton. So I just wonder if Vex wouldn't be like a little trick to squeeze out a bit extra. Okay, let's see the boss fight. I think I saw 389 billion just a second ago, chat. Okay, let's hold down the button. Okay, I'm not spamming. I'm just holding it down. Yeah, this is I like that. And we're tanky here, so I don't have to bother, right? I'm just standing. AFK. And we just have him. Good. Interesting. I lost the stone somewhere. We can bring... Dominate up. That up. That up. Nice. Asterum, sorry, no planning yet. Also, by the way, chat, if you missed it, we covered the Path of Exile update for the people interested. So we got this one out for Path of Exile this morning, and we got this one out for Spiritborn. Just as, like, you know, the instant kill, one hit, super execute Spiritborn. Very fun. Now, one thing we need to get, chat, is a better weapon. How would we get a better weapon? What would be the best activity to get a better weapon? I'm trying to think. Doing a nightmare dungeon, and having that nightmare dungeon escalation with equipment delve. Yeah, Obold's escalation. Okay, shit. We need to finish a war plan here quickly with nightmare dungeon, and then try to squeeze the most out of it. That would probably be the easiest way. I'm with you on that one. Because I feel a better weapon with a greater affix to weapon damage and a crit damage multiplier could probably lead us to more. Because right now, if you're looking at this, okay, so Bone Spirit will consume all of your remaining essence on cast, dealing 3% increased damage for each point of essence consumed. Which means it's a 200%, a 2 times 3, so I have 250 essence times 3, so 750%. And the skill itself is sitting at 795% multiplier, which makes me think that the best thing I could get right now would be weapon damage. Because if my base weapon damage is high, then technically, unless I'm crazy, the Bone Spirit should multiply the highest upwards. Right? Because yes, crit damage is nice, but crit damage happens after. So first you're going to have the 3% per point of essence spent. First you're going to have the 800% that the actual skill does, right? And then you're going to do the crit multiplier afterwards. But if the whole base is already so much higher, that should be better. Unless I don't understand the game and I'm unsure what I'm talking about, right? Okay, I'm just holding down the button, chat. I'm not going to move. So in between, just refresh your thingy. And then I'm just standing here. I don't know how long you're playing Diablo already, chat. But there used to be a build, and it was called the Spirit Wave Necro. The Spirit Wave Necro used to throw forward blood waves. Then you used to shoot the blood lances. The blood lances were picking up the blood orbs from the blood waves. And those blood orbs you were picking up were then casting bone spirits out of your chest. So we are literally just mass shooting out these bone spirits out of your chesticle. That was one of the most enjoyable Necro builds ever to play until Blizzard decided to nuke it and make it not possible to be built anymore. But yeah, this reminds me a lot of that Necromancer. I mean, only that I now have an insane amount of teleports on top, right? I mean, only that on top right now, I can actually teleport like an absolute madman on crack. While being almost undying. When I say almost undying, then, you know, there's still a slight chance if I don't pay attention currently due to item constraints. And my problem right now is I don't think I could challenge Mephisto with this Torment 12. Which would make me a bit sad because I kind of like, you know, I want all my builds to be able to do Torment 12 Mephisto. Maybe I'm underestimating the build though. And it could actually do it because the problem is that I don't see all the damage numbers we're actually dealing. Right? We're dealing more damage on the screen than is visible because all the numbers are overlapping. So when I do like a 300 billion hit, since the Bone Spirits are up twice, it's usually 2 300 billion hits, never just one. Dude, that guy just pooped out the loot. I made 2 Necros that season because I like Spirit Wave so much. Dude, you and almost every single Necro player. I mean, I understand why Blizzard nuked it because it was like a slightly... It was... How do I say this now? It wasn't a bugged interaction that was leading to like trillions of damage, but it was a slightly bugged interaction calculation with how overpowered damage and life works. So, per se... It was just making it function, but it wasn't making it overtuned, if that makes sense. So instead of now finding a way how to make everyone happy, Blizzard just nuked it. You know? Instead of trying to find a way to like, okay, so you like Spirit Wave, we're gonna make that calculation actually baked into the item. They're like, nah, fuck you. And gone. Like, but Blizzard! Why? Why? What's this build called? Your mom. Bone Spirit Necro. Because you're using Bone Spirits to
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
become King Dingaling. Shadow damage multiplier. Fucking yay. And we get 1,000 chan. 1,000 Oboloris. Let's see what we can do with 1,000. Two-handed. What do I want? I want a sword. Swords are cool. I have the coolest sword skins, so that's that. Lucky hit chance to restore resource. Ah, that's what we wanted to retemper. Thank you for reminding me. Salvage. Salvage. Why is that a one-handed weapon, Chad? Maximum life, critical damage multiplier. I mean, if worst comes to worst, I'm gonna remove the intelligence from it, add weapon damage and another multiplier.
Count it out, right?
Weapon damage maximum. Oh. I mean, whatever comes, that one is actually better.
Does that carry the one?
This is, by the way, why the bartering is insane, and you should use it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so... Weapon damage and max life. We're gonna add... offensive one. That's a physical damage multiplier. I need the max life. I can't go without the max life. So we're going to reroll the fizz into all damage or a higher fizz one. I mean, 14% is nice, don't get me wrong, but if I could have it higher, I'd try to get it higher. Boom.
Find your way back.
Now is the bigger question, what's better, the hit on the crit multiplier or the hit on the weapon damage? I am still going with the theory that the hit on the weapon damage should be better because this is 767 weapon damage versus 383. So technically my weapon has twice the bonus of base. So this is 6,000 base weapon. So we're sitting here at 1,291,000. Or with this weapon, we're sitting at 1,366,000. That's then going to be boosted up, right?
Welcome to the Isles. What do you
So despite then not getting that crit multiplier as high as I needed to... Sockets in could help.
like the eyes of Lycander herself?
1,750,000, so with the 2 in. So that is 500,000 base damage more. That then gets multiplied up by 750%. That should lead to more damage? Maybe? Now, do we put crit chance on it, though? Because we're sitting crit chance-wise at 24%. It's kind of low. We have crit chance. We have... chat. Wow, instant. Okay, cool.
You know where to find me.
And then we're gonna put the aspect of title on, which feels so weird to put it on, but it's just the best multiplier because 8 overpower stacks is 8 times 12% more damage and 8 times 10% more damage. So it's an 80%, it's a 200% damage multiplier on the weapon. Just like that.
Gents, watch over this one.
But do you know what we can now do, Chan? We can transfigure it. Now, the question rather is, should I find out if this is better than multiplying up the critical strike damage multiplier, or should we just transfigure it? Myers, I'm happy we could help. First, let's destroy all of the ones that we don't need. Blood Moon Breaches? As a charm? Interesting. Don't need it though, but I didn't even know they existed as a charm. Always surprised. Okay, we get that better weapon we were looking for. We wanted to change the damage per overpower stack. I want to change that to a lucky hit chance to restore resource. Because in my eyes, there should be a world where that could lead to, like, if I get 18 more resource, but I have like 1,000,000,000% bonus resource, that should be a lot, right? Granddad, thank you for the 31 centuries of support. Granddad, welcome back. Very good to see you all there, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're feeling good. Okay, first, let me take a selfie here. Let's get my overpower stacks pumping. Okay, I assume that with this weapon, I should see vastly higher damages. So, let's see. And I would be expecting the 400 billion now. I'm going to be sad. My resource is partially going further up. Okay, these have life sharing or 372. Oh, that one can kill me. That's sad. We look out that we don't randomly die to shit, right? So we're just trying to see big damage numbers right now, so I have no interest in beef with you. Oh, we're definitely seeing more 300 billions. For sure. We've expected higher outliers. Oh my lord, I hate the lightning ones so much. Did you not use the deluge aspect for resource gen? We are using the deluge aspect for resource gen, especially because it also gives us more resource. That makes the deluge aspect actually the good part. So it's not like you're not playing the deluge aspect because it gives us a resource gen. You're playing it because it also gives you more resource. Oh my goodness, I'm so abhorred by lightning stuff. Do you only see crits? I mean, I could set it that I only see crits. I actually see white damage because we're playing a Spiritborn. And my Spiritborn needed to see white damage because his highest damage was actually white damage. So, that's that. Yeah, we're using the aspect of deluge. That one is mandatory to actually get your resource gen up. Unless you're playing the version that uses the different helmet, right? Because this is the version that's currently using the Air of Perdition. 400, ladies and gentlemen. The first 400 has fallen. Nice. You just need to get a whiffy bit more tankiness into this. Right? When a whiffy bit more tankiness would be with changing of the aspect, but then I don't have easy vulnerable anymore. Something to actually think about. I think we can get rid of the Cry Rune, Chan. Because right now we're still playing the Cry Rune to pull things together. But do you actually need to pull things together when you're just hitting the whole screen? Due to, you know, like due to these goes, like having such a range, do I even require the use of the Cry Rune? So I could technically play the aspect that gives me more block chance per resolve, so I could get 100% block chance when I have 36 resolve stacks, right? Then I could also play the aspect that gives me more crit in accordance with how much block chance I have if I wanted to. And if I block, that bonus gets doubled. I'm not sure if that's overkill, but it would actually kind of be funny to see. Mm-hmm. 522 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Unless I am like imagining things. Outlier big banger hit. Okay, essence up. Amplify up. Essence to 101. Let's think about it, chat. Let's think about it. Damage numbers, visual clutter for no reason. Safonda, yes, absolutely. If I play just for myself, for example, leveling without damage numbers, but I need to have damage numbers right now on for benchmarking, right? To see if my decisions are the right decisions or if they're bad. What aspect are we playing on boots? We're playing when a corpse is formed from your skills or your fortify 4. So technically, we could kick this one out and not care about it.
Step up to my anvil.
If I remove that aspect, okay, you could play block. Here, block. So this one says the aspect of interdiction. Block chance per resolve stack. This would give me instantly 100% block chance. And then there's the aspect of redirected force. This one here. Here. That gives you gain increased critical strike damage equal to 60% of your block chance. Blocking doubles this bonus for 10 seconds. Now, I wonder if I kick out the aspect here, currently, that would give me 80% bonus damage, but I would get a critical strike up 60% of 100% block chance, right, chat? Because right now my crit damage is at 2,500%, right? We're gonna get our resolve up here. So resolve's at 16, 11, 15. So we're gonna get it up. It's really easy to get resolve. Now resolve is like max 36. So 36 times 3 block chance, right? Ergo a lot. And then if enemies hit me, I should be getting the double bonus consistently at any given point, realistically, right? Our block chance, our crit should actually sit at very nasty values, technically. Oh, that was the Cry Rune really good there. Okay, we might be hitting the whole screen, but that Cry Rune just pulling them from the corner of Narnia and Wakanda together. It was kind of useful. I couldn't tell if we're doing more damage or not. Feelingly, I'd say we're hitting harder, or like we're just kicking ass more. Not necessarily hitting harder, just kicking more ass, right? There was a 500 billion one as well, but we saw a 500 billion one before without the aspect. So it's more about the overall like bonus damage, like per se. You know, is the damage higher in grand total? Goblin, no wanna die. I mean, alone, the block chance is also interesting because it's bonus defense, right? So with this, you are becoming more tanky. But we wouldn't have like a single ounce of Fortify right now, which is actually risky because Fortify is heal, right? So it does help. I see more 400s. If I would use the wolves for vulnerable, then I could put the aspect on my amulet for the block chance and just make sure that my redirected, like, I wonder, is block chance capped at 100% or does it go behind the systems actually higher? 5,000. So my crit chance goes up by quite the value. Due to the block chance. Creating 2,000 bonus percent from the crit. Obviously, it's like 2,000 bonus percent is actually a lie. So it's like fake 2,000 bonus percent. $495 billion, 481 billion, 532. I'd say the boss dies faster. I mean, the numbers are higher with the aspect. Yeah, it stops 100%, right, with redirected force. It's still 60 out of 100. Not bad. But definitely worse things than that. A Thule would be better than C in terms of freezing enemies. The freezing wouldn't be bad. I totally agree with you. I mean, right now we get the Cry for Vortex and we get the Decrepify. So we need the Decrepify because we don't want to cast it. We could replace the Cry through any, as you say. It could be Thule, it could be Thea, it could be whatever. So there's multiple choices. If we remove the Vampiric Curse from the amulet, then we would have to definitely go for some kind of vulnerable. So let's try to get the block chance on my amulet. Here, this 3.9 chance per resolve stack. So it's like instead of 3, it's 3.9. And we have 36, so we're definitely at 100. And then on my boots, I could go still for the Fortify one. I mean, I would prefer if I could get Fortify different, but I don't think I can. Unless we actually kick out Blood Mist. Because right now, I only have Blood Mist as a get out of jail card. So let's say we're fighting Mephisto. But I think I could get away without it. Right? So technically, you could also play the Corpse Tendrils, have the Corpse Tendrils give you that bonus crit, and have the Corpse Tendrils also fortify you. And then give them just bonus lucky hit chance. So now you just have a skill that you can in between just spam from you. And then we could actually play the cursed aspect on our boots. And still have enemies vulnerable. So we could keep playing the Vortex Pull. You know? Let's do a 120. Like now I just press these and we're almost fully fortified, right? Just like that. Oh, Jesus. Annoying enemies. And we're going to press that again and you become fortified. So it's like the easiest way how I get fortified, how I get the pull, how I get the vulnerable and everything together with the max damage of the block. So everything, like all the good things, just under one house. And it doesn't really add to the gameplay loop because it's just like pressing your Corpse Tendril button whenever you think about it, right? I'm gonna make it more complicated. And it adds bonus crit chance, so it doesn't hurt because now I have these dudes, right? That are surviving like a little bit longer. We get them hit. They do more crit to you, nerds. Now look, the normal enemies are just being eaten up, so that feels exactly as good as it should. I can more or less stay AFK against bigger elites because they don't like completely phase me enough. But I can just stay here AFK, 537 billion. So we upgraded this from like double-digit billions to triple-digit billions to almost, you know, 800 per hit. Good. I like it. That one should have killed me, I'm pretty sure, but the block chance saved me. Tendrils is the way to go. I understand the idea behind Blood Mist as an absolute get out of jail card, right? So if you're really in a bind, right? But how often? Like let's say I'm fighting Mephisto, then I might actually just skill Blood Mist. Yeah, for that Mephisto fight. But for anything else, I just simply do not seem to require it. Right, for everything else, it would just be better to get Fortify and not waste an aspect for Fortify. Right, instead of now having a death skill like Blood Mist that I might need as a get out of jail card, I have an active skill that actually does improve my whole gameplay and allows me to do a Pit 120 relatively simple so far. I mean, for having put that build together and not having perfect rolled items, I think we're doing really fine. Can you still do Infinimist? No, there are no Infinimist versions and they haven't been for quite a while now, sir. Infinimist was an invention that was only needed because the Necromancer's defenses were shit. Okay? So the history of Infinimist is that it was the only way to actually stay alive. You could not stay alive otherwise. With the pieces of content that we're actually facing. Right? So that's the reason, the origin of why Infinimist actually existed. It was also rather convenient to play. However, you know, the reason was Necromancer's defenses were shit. Then we had like the era where we finally had some good defenses, you know, after all these years. We finally got ourselves some kind of adequate defenses and wouldn't just fall over when someone breathes on us. And since then, Infinimist hasn't been required anymore because you just went Soul Rift, Soul Rift, Soul Rift, Soul Rift, right? And Soul Rift just kept you alive nicely. have the build guy for this. No, we don't have a build guy for this yet. I am sorry. Oh, great. Boss fight and lightning dudes. Well, let's see how this turns out. Oh, God, I need to get out of here. Get out of jail card. Where are you? Blood Mist. Blood Mist. Where are you? By the way, 590 billion, chat. I've seen it. By the way, that lucky hit chance for bonus resource does not seem to be working that well against bosses, right? We have one bonus item for lucky hit chance for resource. We're hoping that that would actually do something here, but it doesn't really. I mean, fight is good, so I'm pretty much just AFK here in between, like, say, his water thing is, like, coming. Where we gotta, like, dodge out of the way. See, like, here. I'm getting hit by the water ball. Otherwise, we're just holding down our skill. Was there 600 billion? Did I just see that correct, ladies and gentlemen? Was there a little sneaky 600 billion coming my way? $653, right? I'm not imagining things. I wonder if with Night Perfect equipment, it would be possible to actually hit like trillions with the build. I think it is, because you would just have to get maximum resource on some item pieces as well, right? Just really make sure that you go there. Like if I get a greater affix to maximum resource and a greater affix to essence regeneration, so that I'm really casting on the max of essence regeneration, that would definitely be working out, right? You can make this go faster. Well, you cannot make them rotate faster, but the more attack speed you have, the more you can hurl out. So it is attack speed reliant. I mean, currently my attack speed is sitting at 16.7. So I would need attack speed on gloves. I would need attack speed on rings, preferable. Instead of the intelligence here, for example, attack speed would be great if I get attack speed on the amulet. So these attack speeds would be nice. If I could get the crit chance away for attack speed on the weapon, that would be amazing, but I don't see where I can get that. So everywhere where attack speed is possible, you should probably go for it. So if you can like get attack speed from this, that's amazing. I mean, that is the 1.3 plus with another 1.3 if you meet the dexterity goal. So in all honesty, I should try to meet the dexterity goal. So when we're passing like through these boards, that I will now focus somehow on at least squeezing out 1 or 2, 3 more points of dex. I mean, right now we choose here the willpower, but we need it for that one. So passing wise, if I could go over this instead of that node, for example, just to get the dexterity here, right? And then we went here for this instead of the willpower, boom, and suddenly I get more attack speed, yay. There's also corpse attack speed, but this is sadly not a corpse skill, it's a core skill. How many hours do I have on this game? I play it since forever. So since this is out, early beta, I've been playing Diablo 4.
Step up to my anvil.
And I don't regret a single minute we've put into the game. So we went up to 600 billions. That's good. Now we still haven't transfigured our items, right? I kind of want better gloves, chat. Because I'm not happy with the core skills on them. What we should do is we should transfigure these gloves now to just see what comes out. We get a greater affix attack speed. That's actually good. Okay, we're going to keep the essence generation here. And we're going to also transfigure that one. Did we transfigure this already? We transfigured this already. That's true. We haven't transfigured this one. 95 to all stats. That's pretty useful considering that we can unlock more things now. My pants are on the essence generation, so we could transfigure this one as well. I got the ranks to skeletal mages, and it didn't actually go up a rank. Transfigure those boots. Cooldown reduction. That's not bad. It's also not needed in the slightest way. The amulet could get transfigured if I just stick with this right now, but we're not sure what we want to keep on the amulet. So we were keeping the lucky hit chance to make resource, right? Because with a actual like 41% lucky hit chance, this should trigger quite a lot. And with all the percentages bonus of like the resource that we're getting, we should get it. But I wonder if just instead of relying on the lucky hit chance, we should just really go for the resource generation here as well and just no fucks given, right? Because it could be like another 12%, so we're going up to 300, so it just works better, you know?
It is done.
Now, optimally, we would get a two-handed weapon that has a greater affix to weapon damage and a greater affix to crit damage multiplier. Right? That's the only difference that we could get right now. It's obviously asking for a lot. I mean, also, we could get an amulet that had a greater affix to vulnerable or crit damage, so that's also possible. Yeah, we haven't upgraded the weapon yet. As it's the only weapon we have, and if something goes wrong with the transfiguring, we kind of fuck. But hey, if I get gem strength, do you think we would instantly hit for the trillions? I mean, gem strength would upgrade both of my gems right now. I could get them like up all the way to 80%. So that's 60% more per gem, another 120% more. Yeah. If I would get gem strength, it would actually be instantly in the trillions. That's cool when you think about it. I mean, the real deal improvement would be now rolling core skills for the more resource. Because right now we're sadly only sitting at 676 bonus resource. Okay. I feel like, by the way, the lucky hit chance helped a lot to get this full instantly. We need to run another dungeon now to see if I see the same amount of 500 without the bonus lucky hit chance. Ah, shit. So we need to run another 120, and now we need to figure out if we see the same amount of 500s just to, like, see if the lucky hit chance actually worked. You read chat? No, I don't read chat. Accurate. I was not busy playing the game and not reading the chat. I don't do reading. 2026. See, that's why I don't read chat. I die when I read chat. What's the best difficulty for Echoing Hatred? It doesn't matter. Echoing Hatred just keeps scaling. So Justin, that's your fault. This is absolutely your fault. I hate to blame you, but someone needs to be blamed. Can't be myself. That would be ridiculous. 2026, taking responsibility. Nah. I'm not taking responsibility here. Tinkerbell is this a bone spirit ghost. What changed in Bone Spirit is that you now have the opportunity to make it rotate around you. So that's one of the Bone Spirit specializations. It says Bone Spirit now rotates around you and does 666 damage. Then you're going to take a chest piece that has Bone Spirit erupt twice. So on touching enemy, it goes boom, 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 which is kind of cool. And it does 40% more damage. So that's nifty, right? This year, chance to erupt twice. And that's every Bone Spirit. The more you have around, the better. And Bone Spirit obviously still has the cool interaction of working together with your full Essence Globe. So the more Essence Globe you have and the more Essence Globe you restore, the more awesome you are. The good thing is that you don't rely on forcing overpower anymore, because that used to be a fixed part of this build, that you had to force 275 resource so you could get an overpower every single cast. We don't want to do that, right? We want to force 275 resource. Well, we still do overpower, but different reasons why we're doing it. Right? Different reason why we're doing it. Okay, I actually don't have to stutter step. I'm just stutter stepping for effect. I think Blizzard has a fable for making rotation builds. And I'll be honest, I have a fable for making rotation builds. So thank you, Blizzard, for creating these. I mean, I've played Boulder this season. I've played Pestilent Storm. I've done this one here. We've pretty much played a Warlock build that essentially has things rotating around him as well with the hands. So I just like AoE bound to character builds, as it seems. Emeralds in your weapon? No skulls, sir. So you did not see correct. I do not have emeralds in my weapon. You're legally blind and you need to seek help. Oh, Ball of Lightning. I forget that. True. We actually did not play Ball of Lightning. We played the Crackling Energy, but the Crackling Energy is also an around you build, right? So we just made a bunch of around you builds. I love Death 2-2 builds. Me too. It's just fun. Okay, so these bosses are dying now faster than before. I mean, oh wow, this is a lot of 500 billion damages, Chad. There was a lot of them. So I didn't see less damage with the resource generation. Belial, let's go, Chad. Why are we opening this? I don't need this, but I need the layer keys that are coming out of this. AoE build's always best. I mean, AoE build's always best in any ARPG. Right? Let's not kid ourselves. In which ARPG are you going to go out and you're going to be like, hey, I'm going to play a single target build? Yeah, no. No. I don't want to play a single target build. For sure not.
It for that.
Here we won bosses. Well, that's a very specific scenario where you're then with a very specific build doing a very specific piece of content. That being said, we technically do have Mephisto for this as well nowadays. Let's, by the way, see like how well would we do against Mephisto. I'm not undying enough to feel comfortable. So I'll say that, right? We're not tanky enough to like be like ho ho ho. Should probably pull some damage out of my Paragon board to focus more on
Let us plan our next move.
the other things. I'm looking for keys in case you wonder. Legendary keys. Oh, 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 oh. Legendary keys. Have you seen that, chat? We post this build tomorrow morning. So today we're gonna max this out the way we want to max it out. That I really feel good.
To think you all started
The problem is that I cannot gain resolve if you're not there, Mephi. Oh, he's bugged. So every now and then, Mephi gets bugged. Never figured out why that happens. If any one of you ever figures this out, why this happens, please tell me. I wonder if the bone set would be better than the set that we're playing right now. So we're playing the Macabre set, right? Forming, consuming a corpse reduces essence cost and cooldowns of your profane and Macabre skills by 25 or increases the damage by 30. Okay? So we get like 30% damage. Then we get damage reduction. And we do... You know, one thing I never noticed is that enemies close to your corpses are inflicted with Decrepify and Iron Maiden. I wonder, do we even have to play the curse? Because right now, okay, I never noticed that part of the set. When you form or consume a corpse, okay, Your ultimate skills form 10 corpses over their duration. Do we even need the curse? Or could I get away with not cursing? Let me put the Vex rune on quickly. Did I put the Vex rune already on? So I don't have a single curse now. I have the feeling if you add the 4P and the 2P set, it might give more damage. Nope, absolutely not. And the reason for that is actually quite simple. Because we're playing the Banished Lord's Talisman. Okay, enemies are definitely vulnerable, chat. So that one works. Vulnerable works anyways because of my other thingy. I gotta know if we get resolve stacks. If I get resolve stacks, then it works with the cursing. Why? Because I currently only make resolve stacks over... Interesting. We get, Chad, we get two things. We get resolve stacks and we get ferocity. We just added bonus attack speed to the build for free. Interesting. If I say no to the attack speed... This is like 36 resolve stacks instantly. If I say no to the attack speed, I could change my aspect on boots to make myself tankier. Which I can't do right now because I transfigured, but I could. So, like right now we're playing the Banished Lord's Talisman, and the Banished Lord's Talisman gives me, because of 16 stacks of overpower, I have 16 stacks of overpower, we're getting 16 times 12% more damage. 16 times 12% more damage. Now tell me a 2-set bonus that would be more useful than 16 times 12% more damage. Come on. I'm waiting. Also, due to 16 times 12% more damage, we also have the Amulet, or Red Blessing, which... Oh, I saw 680 billion, Chad. Okay, interesting. What a little improvement. That just works so damn fine. Let's place farm Talisman, Undercity, Tribute, bosses. If you give bosses more power, aka you use your skill tree thingy, war plants, to give them more power, then they will consistently drop you set charms. I mean, I like when I fight the butcher, I always get, we're so much faster right now. When I fight the butcher, we're always getting at least 3 to 4 set charms per like 4 chests we open. I wonder if Barrier Generation would be a good temper. To just make more barrier. Yeah, definitely up in the damage department, ladies and gentlemen, and up in the speed department as well, because we're getting more ghosties per second. This is a very good version of this, but these random deathies in between, they have me bothered. Even with a 100% block chance. No, I cannot open the door. Is it that we don't have enough elemental resistance? Is it that? Because I feel like we have enough. Okay, my armor's broken. That's a bit unfortunate, but it should work. Right? We can get through with broken armor, Chan. Probably. Let's see. Let's stack up our stacks here of what's it called again? Resolve really quickly. More resolve, more resolve, more resolve. The only problem when you die, because my stacks of resolve, I only get from actually hitting enemies. So I don't get my stacks of resolve from like in the world. I need to hit enemies, and I need to lucky hit enemies to actually get these stacks of resolve. I mean, once there are enough enemies, I do get my stacks of resolve incredibly quick. But again, I need to lucky hit enemies. And now I have like this stupid lightning dude here who is just going to laser me with his lightning nuisance. Well, I'm just trying to take out the boss, but if I don't kill him, then his stupid area of fun and no fun will just be in my way the whole time. I mean, surprisingly, we're doing this nice. I wonder if my tentacles are enough pull-in that we wouldn't need Vortex anymore, and we could play bonus Barrier from Talisman, potentially. Or something in that direction. I mean, we could also play the Gar rune to get more crit chance, because right now we're getting like 5% more crit chance for the curse, right? We're getting... that barrier would just keep us alive bonus. So currently our biggest issue is survival, right? Like this random like hit there where we just take a little bit too much. Let's see. So more damage guaranteed, so that one works out. I'm very happy about that. Do you help noobs out or you play with pros? I actually don't play with anyone. We play 90% solo, unless I invite people to play with me some of my mythic tributes. You know? Mythic tributes, gang. Resource. Max life. Our
Ancients, watch over this one.
resistance is sitting at 4, which is actually high. Our armor is low. I would have assumed our armor was higher.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring? Keep your treasures close.
I guess I could slam a skull into my thingy for more fizz res. That brings us at least up to 9. 80% fizz res is pretty good, you know? I could re-roll the resistance of my boots into max life just to have that re-roll. Oh, should I transfigure it? I can't. Okay. Because right now it has movement speed on it, right? And technically, again, I don't need that movement speed. So I'm still wondering. But what was I saying? If I don't need cry, and if do my corpse tendrils still pull them in, right? Could I kick cry out? So what are we sitting at? We're currently sitting at a 40% crit chance. Okay. Yoda, you're ready to grenade it up now. Not only grenade it up, sir, also whirling assault, but probably grenade it up. So if we have everything activated, we're sitting at 100% crit chance. Fuck me. Why? Okay. This one is providing us with... Oh, by 66%? Holy balls, McGee. You know what? We can get so much more damage now. Why? I could get attack speed on my weapon. I don't need 15% crit chance on my weapon. Chad? I can do attack speed. Right, I could also do damage per overpower stack, which would be nasty as well. But that is 24% more attack speed. Then, Katie, get to see there. We could kick out Subo for Variant. You know what? No. We could play him because Elkin desiccates an area, 20% damage reduction on the enemy. So that's actually good. That keeps us alive more. Then we are going to kick out the Vortex. But what for, chat? What do you would like to see? What glyph could be nice for this? Could do Ohm. Could do Bulwark just to stay alive more. Right? Two things. Signal of Pelgan and the Bone Weaver set. No, the Bone Weaver set is actually going to be worse because then I have to apply the curse again. So why is the Bone Weaver set does not necessarily give more damage. It's 50 and 175 more damage. However, it's shooting out the boom booms, okay? Whereas the set here gives me 30% and 225%. So damage-wise, it's the same. This is like 250% or 255% more damage, while the other one is 225% more damage. But it's shooting out the bone shaboings, right? The bonus crit chance is not needed, though, right? So in this case, we actually would be looking at, if I, like, look at my crit chance. So my crit chance is at 22, and if I start casting, then I use my Bone Corpse Generals, that's 5 more. For that, I curse them, so that's 5 more as well, and then I activate. So we're sitting at easy 90% crit chance with 100% attack speed bonus right now. Actually, the 66 cast speed also applies, right? Cast speed applies to attack speed, applies to the Bone Spirit. I didn't know that. Which means we're sitting at 66 without. We're sitting at 100% with. Which means the 24 is actually useless. So we could go for damage per overpower. Yeah. Damn. And you know what the crazy part about that is? It's damage per overpower stack, but it's 30 damage per overpower stack. And we have 16 stacks, which means we're getting 320% additive damage per overpower stacks. So right now with this one on, we're sitting at 100% attack speed and 100% crit. Ring of Pelgane? What was Ring of Pelgane again? I need to... Wasn't Pelgane the Frost Ring? Signal of Pelgane is the Frost Ring. Yeah. I don't have an aspect for it. I need my aspects, both of them. That's the simple reason I can't use it. I need the cooldown. I need the other stuff. If I don't have it, we're cooked. Now, it might, in the end, be better or feasible to play this the deeper you go in the pit, but you gotta understand that, like, we're not interested in pit pushing. So this is not a pit pushing community, right? Never had any, like, pit pushing bone in me. I am just interested in making builds that are absolute convenient to play. And then 703 billion, chat. We just improved our damage further. Let's fucking go. Okay. Almost the trillion damage. With freaking Bone Spirits. Love to see that. I like how much we actually improved this build. Still deathier, random deathy, despite having like all our resolve, despite having like 90% all damage reduction, despite having like everything going in my favor. There is yet, though, the random deathy in between. And I genuinely don't know what actually hit me there. That's the worst part. Oh, I know what it was. It was the maggots. Yep. Why do these maggots kill you? So they have this forward poison spewing that they do, right? Where they go like, ooh! and they do it all at the same time. I at least know what kills me there, right? It's all of them going like... Bleh. How can you prevent that from happening? By standing behind the pillar and murking them all through the pillar. Like the good adult you are. Keep damage up. We're definitely killing things way faster. I mean, alone for the additive bonus damage that the weapon provides, like, I'm not surprised that that, like, leads to better damage. Yeah, I'm seeing more 600 billions. So way higher outcomes now. Nice. It's cool. Another 600. I mean, if we consider that 500 was normal, right? We get up to that point, and now we get like 600 cooking regularly. The 700 outlier in between. And we still don't have the best equipment, aka greater affixes to resource generation, greater affixes to bone spirits, and that kind of stuff. Still a lot we could get better. I am stuck to this thingy and I can't get out because I don't have my... what is it called again? We don't have Blood Mist. That, by the way, would have been a situation where Blood Mist would have actually been useful to save me. Should not forget to pull people together with our corpse tendies. The only sad part is the corpse tendy size. It should be bigger. Random elemental death still happening. We need to see the boss fight now. So before we try to improve anything further, I want to see now the boss fight, right? How smooth that is going to go. Oh god, they have me caged in like an animal. Run away from the lightning dudes. You all hate them. A guy for this build? No, sir, I am so sorry. We don't have a guy for this build. I mean, as you might have seen or not, while we have to, like, if I gave you a guide this morning, you'd have had a terrible version of this build. Okay, so we pretty much did need all day today to really make this into 774 billion. Almost 800 billion from one single ghost, chat. Meanwhile, like, all the other ghosts are around you and doing the equivalent amount of billions. So that's trillions in disguise. Trillions in a clown's card. Because there's so many billions happening that you pretty much count them together. And we're ending up with like double-digit trillions easy. Oh, wow. That death shouldn't have happened. I'm actually not sure why that happened, though. We need to get it to that level that this doesn't happen anymore. I mean, we could easily become tankier to the detriment of life. And who wants that? Right? Surely. To the detriment of damage. Sorry, not life. Life made no sense, right? Yeah. To the detriment of damage. But who wants less DPS only to survive more? Makes no sense, right? The only thing I want to like get rid of is these random feeling deathies, right? Where you're like, eh. When if I stand in one falling down sword and that actually kills me, I guess I deserve that death. But if I just like, you know, if you waltz up to a pack of mobs and then just randomly discombobulate, like, just doesn't feel good. Okay, let's see how the boss is gonna do. It's the Artificer's Guardian. Oh, it's the one that does lightning, right? Okay, I can definitely see how the barrier from the rune is working. Killer. Right, Chad? So the Kui rune, I think, is a good addition. Undeniable. I mean, alone, like, I need to cast my Bone Spirit 3 times to activate the Kui rune, right? And that, like, we do that at any given moment. $850 billion, ladies and gentlemen. The absolute high score right now. Haven't seen a bigger number yet. Nice one. Okay, so we went from 10 to 20 billion to 850. Nifty. Did the damage per overpower charge up? Because that's our biggest multiplier. How did you manage to get 16 stacks of overpower? Standard are 4 stacks. On my weapon, I am playing the Aspect of Title for another 8, and we're playing the Red Blessing for another 4. That brings you up to 16, just like that. So are you going for Death Trap Rogue? I'm not going for Rogue at all, I think. Stack, stack, stack. So stack up the ghost chat, stack up the barrier, stack up the skill ranks, make sure everything is running. Make corpses, make sure that his first blast doesn't hit you. Oh, I did not expect that damage. I thought we were not going to melt him that hard. Like, seriously. I mean, I know we're dealing damage, don't get me wrong, right? But I still didn't expect that outcome. Oh, yeah. So the only problem is that he nukes me with his hits, but apart from that, we're fine, right? Overpower stacks up. I guess our biggest weak spot is here the start, where we have to get our resolve stacks, because that's like the moment where we don't have resolve, right? And the only way we get resolve is by hitting him. Now there's a different way how to get resolve, but I don't want to do that because that's another aspect, right? So there's an aspect that says casting bone skills actually gets you resolve. But why would I do this if I could get resolve a different way? Right? I mean, I can get it like this. So here, if I'm hitting him, we're suddenly at 12, 13 stacks, 14 stacks, and I am fully resolved up, right? So I don't require it. I just have to look out that I don't get hit once or twice. Damage-wise, we get this. I mean, in between the resolve stacks are, I think, staying. Right? This is like the question: do my resolve stacks stay in between of the phases? Because I don't remember. Oh goodness, I really gotta look out for that hit. So the aspect is called. Let me show you. This one here, bone. Casting a bone skill grants 2 stacks of resolve, gain 30% increased all resistance while you have resolve. Interesting, right? So that one is definitely useful because it would give you a resolve like this. But like apart from Mephisto, I like my resolve stick more. I guess technically you could technically play it on the boots if I had a different pair of boots. Because right now, we have the lucky hit chance for vulnerable, correct? But I could make enemies vulnerable with Iron Maiden. So currently, Iron Maiden gives me ferocity stacks for more attack speed, which I don't actually need. Which I don't technically need, which means I could make enemies vulnerable with Iron Maiden. And then I could play the resolve stacks. Overcasting bone skills. But then again, I could also play a different aspect on my boots. Because there's like a ton of potential utility aspects I could play regardless. Yeah, then I would play this on my boots. That's probably what I would change, but problem is I've transfigured my boots currently, so we could do that. Yeah. So what I would change is, chat, I would change this one here over to the vulnerable, and then you could actually change also that enemies hit by, give you a result, you could put that over to decrepify, gives you movement speed, so we just move more, right? And then we could also, if we actually have this one, put like on my boots, the movement speed could be in, yeah. That's what I would change if I had other boots, but I don't have other boots. I mean, let's quickly try to actually get other boots so we can see the difference, right? Because I would like to. Murder him at least once. Okay, I went out, so we're not getting hit. So we can try out the damage more. We're doing reasonable damage, right? Yeah. I'm happy, but I want the more. I mean, it's definitely not my fastest Mephisto kill, but that's not the point. I can kill him with this, right? The values are random. From the tuning prism, you get complete random values, so it might be good, it might be nice. Okay, so we need boost with movement speed. Oh, movement speed and maximum life. Chat, let me just craft this quickly. So we're gonna... add the affix, and then we're gonna focus reroll until we're gonna hit corpse. Shaboinky boink. Bone spirit, not corpse spirit. Bone spirit, nice. So then we're going to add forceful tuning prism. That's going to essence generation until it's full. Really, I cannot focus reroll essence generation, so I now have to remove and then add until I get it to 4. Thank you. Jesus. Then we're gonna take the boots, and what do we temper on? Do I now temper on bonus movement speed? Or do we actually do something like barrier generation? Because if I have barrier generation up, right, my thingy gives me X barrier per. Casting grants a barrier, 50% of your maximum life. Then we have 40% here. But if you actually have barrier generation on the item, all the barriers you're creating just create more barriers, which does make you more tanky. Considering that again, if I need to move, can actually teleport around, I feel like barrier generation is just way better in all consideration for what we're doing. Now we're going to bring this up. As 7 essence generation, exactly. And we're going to put the aspect on it. Which would be bone resolve. So now we do bone resolve. Okay, aspect of shielding bones. And technically this one would be better on the amulet than on the boots. Why would it be better on the amulets than on the boots? Because it actually gives more. Since like the block chance, for example, cannot go over 100%. Okay. So if I go for aspect of interdiction, it is better because if I get this one on the amulet, the 30% one, it should roll higher, right? Let's try to get this one so we just see it, right? Oh, it's going to be such a gamble to get this. Blocks have a chance to freeze, which is actually interesting as well, by the way. Baby, Hearthstone, that's a goddamn while ago, brother. Been a hot minute. Dodge. No, I don't want my dodges increased. I don't want bonus damage to weakened enemies. I don't want a damage multiplier. I don't want thorns. I am looking for bone skilled Chamambo Bambo. Okay, thank you. I should have just been happy with what I had on this and just not even tried to gamble, right? That's what I get for it. And if I have to roll away all 74 prisons we have, chat. But I will get that thing on my amulet. You listen to me. Okay, it doesn't exist. I get scammed. Okay, what can we find? Just started playing D4 3 weeks ago. It's a good hobby to have. Okay, really? Not at all? Jesus. I never wanted that anyways. You know? I guess. So that one aspect that we're looking for doesn't actually exist, chat. I'm sorry, I scammed you. Right? Casting a bone skill gives resolve and 41% increase to all elements. And on the boots is only 27. So I guess that makes a difference. And then we can play the interdiction here. And that should now be fine. Because if I now go into the dungeon... Oh, wait. I need to go out again. So sorry. We need to go out again. Because we need to change. Again, this is now making vulnerable. Okay. And this gives us bonus movement speed. We could still get the resolve to actually lucky hit give us more resolve, but I don't think we'll require that, right? Thank you, Caretaker, for your subscription and support. Appreciate that, Caretaker. Did that one. See, now whenever I use a bone skill, we get a resolve. So my resolve just goes up. That means when you start fighting, you're always going to be full of resolve, which is nice. And obviously our resistance is also higher now, which is important. Now our ultimate needs to still make corpses that we can then have enemies vulnerable, because otherwise, if our ultimate is not making corpses, enemies don't become vulnerable. But I guess that should be happening enough. No, these are not vulnerable now. So like I see a long time that enemies are not vulnerable. Because again, when we're casting skills, they become vulnerable through the corpse interaction. But there's no vulnerable on them yet. That's not doing enough vulnerable for my liking. But it should. Problem is, if we're not getting the vulnerable, we're missing out on a damage multiplier, right? Question rather is why not vulnerable? Should work. The fortify corpse aspect does work. We tried that one out before, but I fortify over my corpse tendrils now, which is a bit more convenient. It's like before, we would have instantly died to this lightning here. Right now, we're not getting the vulnerable that we should be getting for making corpses with our ulti. And we are getting the... Opinion Wolverine word. I have multiple angles to get vulnerable. That's not the point. I should be getting the vulnerable for free like this, but we're not, and that's annoying. Right now, it's a lot of damage that we're missing out on. Okay, but why are we not getting the vulnerable? We get the enemies afflicted by Iron Maiden are vulnerable. And we have the set bonus that says, when you form or consume a corpse, you gain damage reduction. Enemies close to your corpses are inflicted by the Crab of Fire and Iron Maiden. So they should be vulnerable. But they're not. It's like we make a corpse when we sever in. So I sever in, we make a corpse, he's vulnerable. Right? That worked. So do I have to sever in more regularly? I mean, that 30% resistance plus is definitely something here when we have resolve. 40% resistance plus. Necro uses int. Pick that one. So I sever in. Okay, now they're vulnerable after I severed in. Seems like the corpses that the Bone Storm is making are instantly consumed by the Bone Storm, so that we're not getting any vulnerable done. So I have to force the corpses with the sever. That's at least what I would guess right now. Because we can clearly get vulnerable from corpses, so it does work on an on and off chance, but it just doesn't 100% work, right? Which is weird. So like sometimes works, unless it doesn't work. See, there are enough corpses now. Everyone should be vulnerable. And we know they can have multiple curses, so that doesn't count. These dudes all should be vulnerable now, but they're not. So what is the problem? What seems to be keeping them away from being vulnerable? Because they suddenly just they die way slower if they're not. The thing is that the ferocity works. So if I go here for lucky hit chance to ferocity, it works. I mean, the easiest way to solve this is just say fuck it and we're playing the sea rune and that's it. Right? We'll just put the wolves out and we're done for it. I don't have a sea rune. I mean, better than sea would probably be Thol, but on the other hand, sea would be nice. Because it would be more stun to enemies. The build is a Bone Spirit build. We're using the power of Bone Spirits to be an absolute nuisance. I am sad that we have to resort to this. Genuinely sad and annoyed. But I also don't see what else I could do. Right? Doesn't it require lucky hit for them to proc? No. My set should proc the Iron Maiden, and my Iron Maiden should automatically do the things, and that should all work. Now I wonder though, do we need the Bulwark from the Druid if I actually get the bonus Barrier Generation for my items? So now enemies are vulnerable again, enemies are dying faster again. We could also make enemies, by the way, vulnerable over our Corpse Tendrils. The problem is that there is not a 100% overlap. Hier bitte mein hübsches Kind. Ich komme sofort. Was gibt es denn Leckeres? Ich muss noch nicht kommen. Willst du noch nicht, dass ich komme? Okay. Sehr lieb von dir. Ich komme. Okay. Das sind Riesenkrebse. Böse Riesenkrebse. Aber ich habe Geister um mich herum, siehst du? Bis gleich. Machst du Tschüss, danke. Tiny human. She said I'm allowed to finish my video first and then I can come for food. Very considerate. She didn't say I have to come right now. I gotta stop my game, right? Nah, she was like, no, Dad, you can finish your video first and then you can come for food. Very, very considerate tiny human. She's definitely getting ice cream today, Chan. Ho, 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 ho. You know it's true. I feel like for some reason we lost like a bunch of damage, you know? And I can't explain where it went. Because it makes like no sense where like that we lost damage because we didn't do anything that would lose us damage. Right? Somehow it seems like we lost damage. Where I'm just going solely insane. I'm not entirely sure. Didn't do anything that could lose us damage. You know? I mean, we lost the 3 skill ranks. No, actually, we didn't lose the 3 skill ranks. So we have the 3 skill ranks. Yeah. Despite getting that huge chunk of resistances bonus, those stupid lightning thingies are just still hounding us like there's no tomorrow. I think what I'm going to try again is getting that lucky hit chance back up, though. Lucky hit chance for... Lucky hit chance for... Resource on the amulet. Then we're gonna go for that. I'm gonna definitely have to transfigure our weapon as well. See what's the outcome there. So, Aquina, this is the Bone Spirit Necro, and we have tinkered now all day around and went from 20 billion all the way up to 850 billion. That was the high score so far. The build has gone through multiple iterations now. It's definitely improved vastly in what it has done before and what it does now. It's all about delivering the Bone Spirits to your opponents and pretty much spamming them away. Build is quite tanky due to being able to use Resolve. Now, the only problem is that we can't stack Resolve as high as I would like to. AKA, I would love to have more than 36 Resolve stacks. But I cannot get more because I need to invest some of my stats over into Essence per second, as we require Essence per second to be able to spam away our Bone shenanigans, right? So our Bone Spirit gets more damage the more Essence we have on every single cast. We know that. This is like how Bone Spirit has always worked. So we gotta make sure that our Essence globe is always full, right? That we get like a tons of Essence per second. And that shtick works pretty nicely with all the things that were added to the game and the specializations and that kind of stuff. Billions? Oh yeah, the high, like you don't actually see all the damage because it's hidden below the other damage. But the highest we've done is 850 billion with a Bone Spirit, while then other Bone Spirits have hit for similar damage. So it's always like a mass package where all the Bone Spirits are hitting for a lot. There's quite some. Now we gotta make our way to the boss so we can see maximum outcome there. Once again. And preferable reroll a few charms to actually get 4 instead of Macabre skills. Then again, you kind of don't want to actually have the core instead of Macabre skills, because it would lose you the... lose you the bonus everything that we're getting from Bone Storm. Because Bone Storm does give us actually crit chance and 66% crit chance, chat. Yeah, you heard right. I really don't have to care about crit chance in this build because the Bone Storm just provides it. Right? We're just sitting at 100% crit chance just like that. No questions asked. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Here, where are my vulnerable wolves? Just waiting for those. We're doing so much damage. Well, we have enough essence, so that's important. 264 essence, because every point of essence is more damage. But then we have our essence actually being restored extremely fast, so that's also important. On top, we have a little trick running with the aspect of redirected force, because we have 60% of our block chance gives us bonus critical strike damage. If we actually block, that bonus goes up, which has our critical strike damage bonus actually sit relatively high. And our block chance is 100%. So let's see, what can we do here damage-wise? Highest bibbity bop we have done was... Now you notice how my Essence Globe is not always full. And this is like where we're not doing peak damage. So if we now had more Essence generation on pieces of gear, That 763, that is nice. Then we could do more peak 781, nice. I wonder if there is a... If there's a Merc who actually helps a bit with Essence Generation. I haven't looked into it. I mean, right now we're using the damage reduction, pretty much. There'd be something that actually just help us here. So we just stand AFK on him. We don't have to, like, you know, try to put ourselves somewhere else. Then with all the ghosts. Still not sure if, like, very close to him is best or inside of him is best, right? If, like, one step away is better. Because if I do one step away, like, the ghosts is instantly spawning in him, but still the rotating ghosts are also hitting him, right? So if we're too close, 833 billion, by the way. If we're too close, I feel like we're getting less damage because you see the numbers, right? They're just floating in. It's just insane. So I think we get a stand like, you know, one step away from him. That seems to be the most reasonable, like, for maximum damage. Demon Girl helps with resource. The Demon Girl is a Demon Boy. Unless I'm mistaken. I haven't looked. But you need to do 10 trillion damage all the time. Not with this build. This build cannot do 10 trillion damage all the time. I mean, I would instantly go into the trillion if I now transfigure this weapon and we would get gem strength. $22 item quality. Fuck yeah. Actually, we could see trillions with 22 item quality. So what can we do with him? Nah, he couldn't do anything for resource. I mean, this was damage reduction. Alkin. No. I never looked if anyone did something for resources really much. I mean, I like still Alkin for the damage, right? It helps. Where do the clean tuning prisms for Amulet comes from? Oh, everywhere. If you actually go for a material reserve dungeon, Torment 10 plus, you should get tons of the clean tuning prisms. Oh, great! This is like the fantastic dungeon chat. Or like touching. Imagine this was hardcore, by the way. That was my character now. I mean, I would have Endurant Faith, but yeah, if that was hardcore, that's my char gone. On impact. I wonder if that 22 quality is enough to get me to the trillion. Let's see. See, now my damage feels exactly like it should again. In the dungeon, something fell off. As if like, I don't know. Not all my multipliers were multiplying correctly. One problem this build has, not unstoppable. Definitely something to consider, right? Because other characters permanently unstoppable. Necromancer, like, what is this unstoppable you're talking about? Ah, we still wanted to change our lucky hit chance over to the thingy, right? To do that. Hello, water boys. Absolutely devastated. I'm still sad that we rely on our corpse generals to pull things together. We can't go for the cry room. The cry room was cool. Let's pull them all together. Come. More. Yep. More. If echoing hatred, but your gear is weak to get high in it, I mean, you'll definitely find people in the chat that are willing to help you, sir. Echoing hatred is like a free loot balloon that you can just acquire from someone. I mean, obviously, in order to go really high in echoing hatred, you need everyone to kind of pull their weight. But I did it with a few community members, and we actually managed to get, like, with me being completely useless because I was with my Spiritborn. My Spiritborn hadn't had any levels yet, right? We still managed to do, like, 128 or something. It was cool. Pretty much speed fired my whole character. Okay, just, like, 20 minutes ago, we would have instantly died to these guys. I mean, I still died here right now, right? But the elemental resistance helps definitely in a way that despite like this being my deathy, it wasn't my instant deathy, so I actually get like chances to act on this without instantly having to say goodnight. Definitely useful. I wonder if the Iron Maiden just simply doesn't trigger, but that's not true. See, like, I'm not making my enemies vulnerable, chat, but I get the 4 ferocity stacks. So that definitely works. But I hate that why can't it just not work? That would make my life so much easier. I wouldn't have to play the wolves. I could be even more tanky than I am right now. More tanky, don't get me wrong, but we can be more tanky. Block unstoppable? Yes. I don't know how right now, but I don't think I wasn't unstoppable. Ah, yeah, demon form. Huh. Most of my warlock builds were just demon form unstoppable. Not all of them, you're right about that. But there's a chance. You know? With Necro, unstoppable has always been optional. So actually the main complaint, so there used to be a Bone Spirit build before the expansion dropped, right? The main complaint of that Bone Spirit build was simply that it does the most insane damage of all the builds. However, you do not have an opportunity to become unstoppable, so you are pretty much forced to just stand inside the opponent and spam your Bone Spirit. But whenever you get stunned, you lose just so... Oh goodness, they all just died so hard. You lose so much of your damage because of just like, you know, not being able to be unstoppable. I should have not dashed into these opponents. Now, I do understand why Blood Mist helps, but I guess Blood Mist is just for people who bring themselves in unfortunate situations. Like, they should know better, right? Like just dashing into these guys and then needing my Blood Mist to get out again. I shouldn't require my Blood Mist. Oh, Jesus. You know, your poison damage was a bit extreme, good sir. That's what we're waiting for. Now let's kill these nerds because they're annoying. Okay, how high can we go? But don't stand right in him. Like, stand like almost right in him, Chad. But just not like right in him. Just almost. Like, you do notice... Oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage. You do notice where you do like insane damage, right? When the numbers start rolling in and you notice you're standing exactly right. You also notice when you're not standing right. You pretty much watch like, okay, so this seems good, right? This seems to be a good range. You see the numbers rolling in. Oh, we're doing so much more damage now, though. I'm not sure if I could move better, but... I kind of want to move better so I can see the numbers better. See, like, this is what I said. Like, there's so much damage going in. So you see, like, that outlier of 700 billion, right? But meanwhile, while that 700 billion hit him, there's, like, another several hundred billion, like, multiple of these high 100 billions, right, that just melt him. Yep. Okay. Did you hire Alkin and use the right side where you get resource gen, Doc DK? So what did I not see there? Doc, let's look at it. I used the cube to put a bonus aspect on my amulet. It gave me already have another piece of gear, but neither of them are grayed out. It's a bug, but one is grayed out. So bam bam. It just visually impaired. Okay.
That was fun.
So you're saying the Altkin conjures a mass flying forward, knocking, destroying small missiles. That one does not give us resource. I think Altkin only gives you a resource if you actually hire him. Unless I'm crazy. Right? If you would hire Altkin, but you... Sorry, you need we're here for that 40% bonus damage. So they're definitely not both active Bam Bam. I've actually tried that. Yeah, you need to hire him, but I don't think hiring him is worth it. We're here is too good for that. I just like my boy right here. What can I say? One thing we wanted to try out again. If we now temper another time, since we got so much attack speed. So the idea was we temper back the lucky hit chance to get resource. Okay, Chad? Why the lucky hit chance to get resource? Because technically you're hitting so much with all your bone spirits that you should be continuously hitting like this lucky hit chance. And since we have like 400% restoration, that lucky hit chance, instead of then giving us 18, should fill up our essence globe, which in grand total should lead to a repetitive hit of like that each ghost we summon more should also then do more damage. Right? Because again, the ghosts do more damage the more essence we have, and the difference between 200 and 260 is 60 times 3%. That's another 180% more damage. So for absolute top-end damage, it should really matter. Yeah, I'm not staying with the lightning dude in the beginning of the dungeon. I am sorry. That is not happening. So it's hard to see, but I feel like when I look at the enemies dying here, they're dying faster, right? So the lucky hit chance seems to be, especially with multiple enemies here that I can hit, hiring the floor. Okay, they all hit me at the same time and poison me at the same time. Bunch of twats. Yeah, this is more damage, chat. Oh my goodness, look, they're just melting. Like, I'm not imagining things, right? I'm not trying to tell myself pity lies here. But that bonus lucky hit chance it's cooking. Damn. I mean, I expected it to help, but I didn't expect it to like give me a jetpack. Why is there a chest, Chad? Wait, what the fuck? Why is there a cursed chest? That's new. This is one of these events that can appear in the pit? Oh my goodness, no. It killed me. Cursed chests too dangerous because cursed chests do kill pony. Damn, never had that. The first. Everyone tries to kill me with a laser. So lucky hit chance for resource was so far the single-handed biggest DPS increase. Not top-end damage increase, but just DPS, right? This is where we kind of want to have a damage meter, because really seeing this alteration, it's hard to like be like, I gotta go by feeling, right? I gotta go by pit finisher time. But I don't actually have a hard number that really tells me, yeah, sure, this is faster. I gotta go with, yeah, so it kind of does feel like this is actually working somewhat quicker, right? God, I hate lightning so much. That's the reason why we're gonna play PoE, chat. This is the reason. These guys with their lightning shebangs. So if someone asked me why did I quit Diablo to play the new PoE add-on in 7 days, that's the reason. And everyone's gonna be like, I understand. Makes sense. Pop off, son. Don't worry, I'm going to find another thing to complain about. There's always something. PoE 2 or PoE 1? I don't play PoE 1. Come on, sir. I want to fine-tune a bit more in the lab. I mean, that's what we always do every single time we have a build. I need to sit down, review what we did, see if there's a few more avenues I can take, and then give you the final full improved version. I mean, already right now, this little change of the lucky hit chance, for example, that's like, it's huge. I will have to, though, test that a bit more to quantify, like, how huge that is. And if it would be worth it to temper another lucky hit chance on another piece, maybe. If that would help or wouldn't help, or it's just overkill, unnecessary. Something I can't say yet. Oh, it's him. It's the one, the annoying fire one. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness me, chat. So we get one poison dude who's 879. That's new, chat. I did not expect to see the trillion today, but we're so close. So I told you that I'm expecting higher top-end damage as well at the boss fight, because we are essentially getting more resource, which could potentially lead to more DPS, right? Yeah, our resource glove is in between actual full. That's nice. Good job. Mm-hmm. Like it. Well done, Chad. Well done. Let's go one time to a Belial, because this is a benchmark point, right? Can I see where you put the points for Bloodlands? In use overpowered charges. So you literally just put that 1 point in use overpowered charges. Why Bloodlands and not the Blood Surge? Because Bloodlands can just be thrown like this. So I have like here, if I use my resource, I'm at 13 overpowered charges. But one of our Paragon boards only gives us a bonus if we actually gain an overpowered charge. But in order to gain an overpowered charge, I need to lose an overpowered charge. But if I'm not losing overpowered charges, then I can't gain overpowered charges. So in between, you just need to fire like a Bloodlands, and I think it's like every 10 seconds or so. You need to fire Bloodlands, that you actually do get the bonus. Yeah, look at the speed how he dies now. Jeez, who remembers the start when we started with the build? And he wasn't just melting at all. Oh, yes, yes, we did it. Okay, this is perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to end the stream for today. That is the Bone Spirit Necro. Again, we'll fine-tune a little bit. We are not maxed, so there's more to do, especially better gloves. The gloves are not amazing. They're missing a greater affix to critical strike damage. They're missing the all vulnerables, so that one can go so much higher. Alone, the glove would kick me over to the trillion, so I'll probably buy a glove from the market and try to just get it into the trillions instantly. My weapon is shit, so if I could get a better weapon, that would be amazing. Then we'd do even more damage. I guess I can hit easy trillions. I'll try to get gloves and weapon, okay, for tomorrow, and then you'll see the build doing trillions, yeah? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting with the fully tuned, maxed, funded out Bone Spirit build with all the tags. It's going to be a bit complicated to explain, but I think we got this handled. There's still also charm-wise, I think I can get, like, here more skill ranks, and I could especially get macabre ranks, and we could get core skill ranks. So, thank you very much for coming, lurking, chatting, hanging out. See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Appreciate you being here.